anticipating a note from the council with regard to the listed buildings side. Where are we with that, Mr. Philpott?
Yes, well, the good news is there is a note which we can pass around. It hopefully does what you were hoping it would, although I notice on the front it says note on listed billing consent. So aside from the typo, what it seeks to explain, I'll deal with this briefly, you can obviously look at it in due course, is that the council has looked further at whether it's possible to separate the fate of the list of building consent applications from the planning applications, so that it might in principle be possible for the list of building consents to be approved even if the planning appeals fail. And we believe that with the imposition of a suitable condition that can be done. And so we have explained that, and we have identified suitable, what we think is a suitable condition. It is a first attempt, and therefore we're open to constructive suggestions in terms of the form of condition, but we believe that it should be possible effectively to disaggregate the two on that basis.
Okay.
So that I'll leave you to read it, but that's the headline.
Okay, thank you. You've not seen this before now, I take it.
A moment to touch it, ma'am. I've already highlighted this as relevant bits. I mean, it must be right as a matter of principle that you can proceed, as my learned friend has said. Yeah. And I mean, were we to end up in a situation where we had listed building consents, we didn't have consents for either of the towers, then, I mean, given that the existing Georgian terrace is plugged into the office building and forms part of it, it'd be jolly hard anyway to do these works realistically. So yes, I mean, the principle must be right. We'll read it, and those instructing me and so on will look at the draft conditions.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for your efforts. What I'll go away and read it probably in the lunch break today. If I have any questions, I'll come back. Okay, but thank you for that. That's helpful. And we'll get this as an inquiry document as well. Thank you. And then there's been some timetable tweaks. I've been informed by the programme officer, and I think there's a request for further tweaks. Is that correct? And what might they be?
I think my tweaks have been. I don't think there are any further tweaks beyond the tweaks that have been made.
Okay.
To be honest,
yes, my learned friends' clients put in a tweak by email, which I think is now reflected in the programme, which is to extend the period for examination in chief
of Mr. Alford.
Indeed, and in addition, I'm going to be revising my time estimate for cross-examination of Mr. Alford. I gave obviously my initial time estimate a couple of days after we'd had the proof. I'm now both further along in terms of preparation, but also having heard what he said already and conscious that he's going to be spending up to about 2 hours more in oral evidence. I think that my 3 hours is not going to be sufficient, and it's going to be more in the order of 4 hours. Now, of course, all time estimates are subject to the caveat, well, it depends what answers I get.
Yes.
But doing my best, I think 4 hours looks more realistic than 3. And so obviously that makes Friday a fuller day. And we'll have to see whether or not that allows space for Mr. Alford to be completed on Friday. But obviously I raise that now so that can be given thought as the week goes on.
Okay.
Anyway, ma'am, we could move the guys' trust to some other time when because we are going to have a full Friday. I will know by the end of tomorrow whether I think 2 hours is realistic for Mr. Alford in chief, because we've got our day when we're not here tomorrow, so we'll be going through things for his evidence. I suspect somewhere between an hour and a half and 2 hours probably is realistic, but I'll know tomorrow. I just wonder, because have we had anything from the trust yet? Do we even know what that's
I've not seen anything. I know when from the correspondence I saw, they gave 2 dates they could appear, which was the Thursday or the Friday. Well, at that point, the Thursday we weren't sitting, so we said Friday. So perhaps if I can ask Mrs. Vincent if she'll explore with them and just say, just due to sort of timetabling issues, if they could bring that forward. They might not be able to.
No.
We might just have to work around it. It does make Friday a long day, potentially.
It'd be handy if we don't have the trust on Friday.
It would give us a bit more breathing space, wouldn't it?
It would. And because I think on Thursday, I mean, I'm not sure I'm an evidence in chief of 3 hours. Sounds slightly OTT, but there you are. And my cross-examination 2.5, perhaps a couple of hours. So we certainly have time on Thursday.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll just have to see. Did you have a comment, Mrs. Stringer?
In relation, is that on? I don't know. Just in relation to Mr. Alford, I gave an estimate of half an hour, which was, I guess, something of a placeholder at that point. I think in reality, I'd be surprised if I have anything much. I don't want to say right now I won't have any questions.
Okay.
But I think it's highly unlikely, particularly if Mr. Philpott's going to be in the order of 4 hours. I can't imagine there'll be a huge I can't imagine there'll be much left uncovered. So I think if that gives any comfort, I think it's probably still going to be difficult that day.
Yes.
But I think that will probably, that half an hour, I don't think we will be needed.
Okay. That's helpful.
Yeah, in relation to Thursday and evidence in chief, I'm going to do my best to bring that down.
Yeah, okay. I mean, it may be, we could see how we go on Thursday as well. And we could maybe start evidence in chief of Mr. Alford Thursday, if that would help. But it would break probably between the 2 days. So
yes, of all of my witnesses, perhaps unsurprisingly, Mr. Alford is the one who's been most dependent upon the allocated days.
Right.
Either for those who needed to listen to or for himself.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we can check, but I know from previous experience that you can just imagine the nature of his job. So, but we can double check, certainly.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think we'll just have to. We'll see if we can move St. Guy's and St. Thomas, and I think when everyone's done a bit more preparation using the day tomorrow, and we just see how we go. I don't want to sit late on Friday. It's the last ever Neighbours, so I've got to get home to watch that.
It's the last ever Neighbours.
Priorities,
Kylie's coming back.
Exactly, Kylie and Jace. I'm an 80s child. It's the end of an era for me. So I will be hurrying you along if if it's going to impinge on Neighbours time.
I'll bring in my Kylie memorabilia there.
Have you got a big full life-size model?
I did a studio for MTV, and I went to see Kylie making one of their episodes and one of their shows, and I met her, and I got the CDs as they were then. So Kit Kat, love your nickname, Kylie.
Oh, wow.
Me and her on the front cover of the States Gazette. Don't get much better than that.
So you're a big fan as well, then, I take it.
I'm a big fan. So forget Love Island. It's
fair enough. Okay, well, I think we'll just have to see how we go. But okay, and because I don't really want to leave Mr. Alford hanging in over the weekend either.
We can't, with all respect, have 3 days before he resumes in the midst of his cross-examination.
Equally, I want to make sure that I'm not prevented effectively from asking the questions I need. So we'll have to balance it out.
We'll have to get Telly in here and watch Neighbours together. I've got to get home to feed the dogs, ma'am.
Fair enough. Well, we'll have a chat again on Thursday morning then before we kick off, and we'll see. Okay, but if you can contact the Guys. I keep calling it St. Guy's. It's not St. Guy's. It's Guys and St. Thomas Trust. But okay, brilliant. Any other procedural points to raise this morning before we proceed with examination? No. Okay. Then over to you, Mr. Philpott, Mr. Glasgow. And I've had the list as well, so I've got all the core documents.
So this is my third and final witness, and your name is Michael Glasgow, is that right?
That's correct.
And I'll introduce you from your proof of evidence. From paragraph 1.3, you hold undergraduate and master's degrees in urban studies and planning from the University of Sheffield, and you are a fully chartered member of the Royal Town Planning Institute. You're currently a principal strategic planner within the London planning team at Atkins, and you advise a number of mainly public sector clients on a wide range of issues spanning strategic planning and master planning, policy development, evidence-based studies, and development management matters. Is all of that correct?
With the exception that I'm now an associate in the Atkins planning team, but the rest of that description is correct.
Thank you. And then you explain in 1.4, you've been appointed by the council to act on their behalf as planning witness. You had no involvement before your appointment in March 2022, but you visited the site, you're familiar with the surrounding area. And then in 1.5, you tell us you have 15 years of experience working in the planning industry across both public and private sectors, and that includes 10 years working in Southwark Council's planning policy and development management teams, and that prior to joining Atkins, you worked as a team leader in the council's strategic applications team, managing a diverse caseload of large-scale major applications and pre-application inquiries for residential, commercial and mixed-use developments. And then you identify some of the schemes you were involved in. Is all of that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. So far as the structure and scope of your evidence in chief, we'll take your proof as read. And then, Madam, for your benefit, we're going to run through the following headings. Policy, heritage in light of the oral evidence, design and townscape in light of the oral evidence, climate change and sustainability, servicing in light of the evidence, daylight, sunlight and overshadowing, public interest benefits, compliance with the plan as a whole, and then the planning balance. So that those are the headings we'll run through. So, Mr. Glasgow, first of all, policy, and you've covered policy extensively in your proof. So what I'm after here are some overviews of some key themes. First of all, please, your view as to the importance of good design and related policies in the development plan.
Well, I think a useful starting point is just to turn to the framework. The opening sentence in chapter 12 on achieving well designed places talks about the fact that delivering high quality design is absolutely fundamental to what planning should achieve. And just to underline that point, in paragraph 134, I believe, it says that schemes that demonstrate poor design should be refused, particularly where they don't conform to local design policies and the National Design Guide. So I think that's a useful starter as to the importance of design. And in terms of how that then manifests itself in the development plan, I'll just touch on a few of the key policies as I see them in the London Plan and the Southwark Plan. So it starts with the London Plan. I think there are three key policies really which set out the three pillars of design quality: D1, D3, and D4. And just taking each very briefly in turn, policy D1 really embeds high quality design within the plan making process and focuses on councils having an understanding of the character of places, of the qualities and values that make them distinctive, and using that as a basis from which to assess applications that come forward in the future. Policy D3 marks quite a different approach in the latest version of the London Plan and focuses on optimising site capacity via the design-led approach. And this concept of a design-led approach is a new advent in the current London Plan. It replaces the density matrix, which was in sort of earlier versions of the plan, and that sort of formed the basis for understanding how much growth an individual site could accommodate. So this change in emphasis to design-led, understanding the nature of your site in its context and working out what it can deliver from there, in my mind, makes design an integral part of the planning process. And perhaps because of that change in emphasis, policy D4 introduces a heightened requirement, I suppose, for design scrutiny through the development management function. And it says that any schemes that are referable to the Mayor by virtue of the categories set out in the Mayor of London order should be subject to independent design review as part of the formulation of planning applications. And so I think those three policies really sum up how integral design quality is to the London plan. Just in a Southwark plan context, I suppose it's a similar theme. The policies P13 and P14 address the design of places and urban design principles, and then P14 design criteria that are more heavily linked to sort of architectural expression and matters of building design. But all of these policies, I think, are more rigorous than the ones that they replaced, as touched upon by Ms Adams in her evidence last week.
Thank you. Thank you. And the next heading, broadly sort of similar sort of question, in relation to heritage protection and related policies in the development plan. What's your view as to the relative importance of those policies?
A similar theme, I suppose. I've gone into some detail in my proof about the way in which policies addressing heritage assets and their significance has changed and evolved over time. And in a London plan, those issues are principally dealt with in policies HC1 and HC2. Now, HC1 covers the historic environment in general and the range of historic and heritage assets that might sit within that. And I think it's important just to draw your attention to paragraph 7.11, which follows the policy. And if I may, I'll just read a quote from that paragraph. It says that London's heritage assets and historic environments are irreplaceable, an essential part of what makes London a vibrant and successful city, and their effective management is a fundamental component of achieving good growth. So I think in my mind that really illustrates the value and the importance that the London plan places in the protection and conservation of these assets. Policy HC2, by contrast, talks about the impacts on World Heritage sites and the outstanding universal value of those sites in particular. And this issue is one that I've covered in detail in my proof. It's also addressed in the appendix to Dr. Barker Mills's proof. And I suppose the emphasis I want to draw in relation to that policy is just that it does represent a tightening of the policy approach to the protection of these assets, given a feeling that the planning system perhaps hasn't been as effective as it might have been in recent years at conserving the outstanding universal value of these assets. And again, some of the language in that policy talks about World Heritage sites as being of global significance amongst the most important cultural assets in the world. So I think that's the sort of the basis from which we need to consider the impacts on those assets. And then very, very briefly, again, the Southwark plan has a range of policies addressing heritage assets, and perhaps the most relevant ones for this application are those addressing listed buildings in their settings, P19, and the corresponding policy on conservation areas. And again, I think the language in these policies is very important in demonstrating the importance of these assets. In P19 on listed buildings and their settings, the policy reasons talk about heritage assets being irreplaceable, and talks about the fact that the 2,500 or so listed buildings in Southwark make a huge contribution to the value of place, its character and townscape.
Thank you. Next question was similar theme. We've got tall building policies in both the London plan and the Southwark plan. What's your view as to the relative importance of those policies, obviously in the context of a tall building proposal?
I think having already established that design quality is fundamental to what the planning system is trying to achieve, the respective policies on tall buildings in the London plan and Southwark plan, demonstrate the rigour through which applications for tall buildings have to be sort of assessed and determined. And they, again, mark quite a changed approach to the policies they replaced. Their criteria are very detailed. in the context of a London plan and policy D9, the policy now talks about the types of impacts that tall buildings can have in the particular locations. And I suppose that the policy really draws on the principle that a well-designed tall building in the right location can make a very important contribution to regeneration and to the ambitions of the plan. But conversely, tall buildings where the design perhaps isn't meeting the exemplary design standards required by policy or is located in the wrong place can have a range of harmful impacts. And the way the policy is structured tries to sort of tease those out. So policy D9 refers to the visual impacts of tall buildings, their functional impacts, and the cumulative impacts. So it sets out a good method, I suppose, for assessing all the various issues that a tall building application might present. And then in the context of the Southwark plan, similarly, policy P17, and it's drawing on a theme, but it's a much more prescriptive and detailed framework for assessing tall buildings than was present in the predecessor Southwark plan in policy 3.20. It lists a series of criteria relating to the location of tall buildings and sort of urban design principles around how sites should be composed and what the impacts might be. And then a range of detailed criteria as well, which go back to this idea of design quality and a heightened standard that tall buildings must ascribe to if they're going to be exemplary.
Thank you. Now, so that's those three groups of policies. In section 7 of your proof of evidence, you deal with other development plan policies, and they include some matters which are controversial, some matters which are not, and they include in particular those policies aimed at fostering economic growth, fostering efficient use of land, and matters of that sort. And I just want your understanding of how those three categories of policy we looked at a moment ago, and you've commented on, how they relate to the policies that are aimed at fostering growth and efficient use of land.
Yeah, I think the point that I've tried to draw out in my proof is that these issues and these themes are all completely interrelated. The idea of sort of pursuing economic growth whilst delivering high quality design, whilst respecting heritage assets, they're integral to the patterns of growth that are demanded by the London plan and the Southwark plan. I think just to sort of demonstrate that point and demonstrate that the London plan sort of starts on that basis, it's worth just drawing your attention to paragraph 1.27 in the London plan. Sorry, it's 1.27. So it's right at the start of the document, and it's framing the introduction to the introductory chapter to the London plan around what might constitute good growth. Yes, 1.2.7. That's the last time that I'll draw reference to a particular paragraph, I imagine, for some time. But it's a really useful one just to try and emphasise that point, that all these themes come together to inform how London should grow through the plan period. And 1.27 states that London's distinctive character and heritage is why so many people want to come to the city. London's heritage holds local and strategic significance for the city and for Londoners, which will be conserved and enhanced. As new developments are designed, special features that London value about a place, such as cultural, historic, or natural elements, should be used positively to guide and stimulate growth and create distinctive, attractive, cherished places. And I suppose it's that last sentence where I'd emphasise that these themes all come together. And that does sort of reveal itself throughout the London plan, particularly in policy GG2, which talks about making the most efficient use of land. And really the plan tries to emphasise that design and heritage should be key components of how the city grows. So those themes, those ideas, they don't just reside in the thematic policies of the London plan, but they're actually integral to policies on the central activity zone and opportunity areas. So they're mutually reinforcing. And that's the case as well for the Southwark plan. In initial policy on development targets, it's telling that in setting out targets for jobs, for employment floor space, there's a target alongside those linked to conservation. And in fact, in that initial policy in the Southwark plan in ST1, the council is quite clear that the strategy as a whole represents a strategy for delivering regeneration and preservation in tandem.
And then the case that is advanced in your proof, reflecting the council's case, is that there is conflict with design, heritage and tall buildings policy, but an acceptance of consistency with policy in relation to land use and fostering growth and so on. What do you say about the implications for the planning balance if that case is accepted? In other words, if it's accepted that there is conflict with those sort of first three groups of policies, but nevertheless this is something that fosters growth and in land use terms, therefore, that there's no policy conflict there. What do you say about the overall planning judgment?
I think that the view that I've tried to put forward through my proof is that, if we find significant harms in terms of design, in terms of heritage, given that these themes are so intertwined with the messages for growth put forward in the London plan and the Southwark plan, I don't believe you can reach a conclusion that the schemes are consistent with the development plan as a whole, because in failing to properly address the policies on design and heritage impacts, you're actually undermining the strategy for growth advocated in the London plan and the Southwark plan.
And then finally, on policy matters, there are 3 points I want to get your help with from Mr. Goddard's rebuttal. So if you could turn that document up, please, and turn to page 3, which is under the heading background to the site allocations. So it's discussing the site allocations in the current and recently adopted Southwark plan. And paragraph 3.4, Mr. Goddard says this in the final sentence: I do not consider this policy can be construed as meaning that only allocated sites within these areas are suitable for tall buildings, as Mr. Glasgow infers. And I just wanted to get your evidence as to whether that is what your proof infers.
No, I don't think that is the inference I was making. I think that the point I was trying to set out in my proof was that the council had gone through a process of examining the character of the wider opportunity area and assessing the ability of different sites to bring forward tall buildings. And this site, the application site, simply hadn't been identified through that process. But I think Mr. Goddard himself acknowledges that later in my proof I say that means it falls to be considered against the detailed criteria in the tall buildings policies.
Thank you. And then in paragraph 3.5 of Mr. Gollard's rebuttal, he says that he's looked at the site allocation methodology report update, which considered potential allocations. He says it appears the reason the site wasn't pursued by the council as an allocation was solely on grounds of site ownership and deliverability. Having seen that, that statement, do you think that's right or not?
Only partially right. So I think that statement actually is derived from a response the council gave to an initial representation from the appellant back in 2017. Having looked at the sort of consultation responses and the comments made by the appellant over the course of the preparation of the Southwark plan, it's clear that while the council initially raised these points around ownership, they subsequently have given a much fuller response to the applicant on a whole range of issues linked to the allocation of this site and other policy matters.
Madam, bearing in mind this is now an adopted plan, we haven't sought to put in those further matters. If you think it's helpful, we can do it, but it didn't seem to illuminate matters much further. And then third point on this, if you go to Mr. Goddard's page 5, he's got a heading section for 1 or 2 clusters, and he's here commenting. We look at 4.1 on paragraph 215 of your proof, so it might be worth just having 215 open alongside this. This is on page 8 of your proof of evidence. So page 8, paragraph 215, you say, these matters have resulted in tall buildings being focused in 2 distinct clusters in the vicinity of the site: London Bridge Quarter, comprising the Shard, the News Building and Shard Place, and the emerging cluster further east along St Thomas Street, comprising from west to east Capitol House, Beckett House, Binnock Yard, and 40 to 44 Bermondsey Street. And what Mr. Goddard says about that is that you're suggesting that tall buildings are focused into 2 distinct clusters, with the inference the site sits out these distinct separate clusters. And then he says, well, Townscape matters already addressed in the evidence piece to it, but I'm not aware this case has been advanced by the Council State and find no policy support for this proposition. Now, obviously, Townscape and where things sit in relation to clusters for another witness, but just want to deal with this sort of final point. Are you in 215 making a point about policy designation or anything in policy which identifies separate clusters?
No, it was more a commentary on how I perceive the area and the way in which tall buildings had identified and been delivered, I suppose. And it's more a scene setting paragraph, that one. And I think my reference to 2 distinct clusters could probably be better understood as 2 distinct families of buildings. And obviously, the Shard, the News International Building, and Fielden House, what is now Shard Place, were conceived by the same architectural practice as a collection of buildings that would be coordinated and mutually reinforcing and read as a family of buildings. I think that's clear in the committee report on Shard Place for the third of those 3 buildings, which talks about Shard Place as completing the group.
Now, we've got CDH 15 on the list, so whereabouts could you have in mind?
That particular quote is in paragraph 114 of the committee report, CDH 15. And then I suppose just to turn to the second group of buildings, I suppose my understanding of
to just pause. Yeah.
Yes,
paragraph 114. So if you just wait a second while the inspector catches up with you, Mr. Glasgow, just so that you can see the paragraph you have in mind. Thank you. So that's the reference you wanted to draw attention to in relation to that particular proposal.
Yes.
Carry on.
Yeah, it's not so much an analytical point. This is just me trying to sort of present my understanding of the local area. So I think I'd drawn on that quote to sort of say that those 3 buildings were a piece, a coordinated whole. And then my understanding of the second group of buildings to the east of St Thomas Street, I think there's 4 development sites there: Capitol House, Beckett House, Binnock Yard, and then the adjoining site, which I think is Binnock Warehouse. Those 4 developments have been coordinated insofar as they all form part of the St Thomas Street design framework, and the council's been actively working with those developers to try and ensure that, because they're all in very close proximity, they can come forward in a coordinated fashion and deliver as a well-rounded whole. So that's the reason why I've referred to 2 clusters in the paragraph that we're discussing. But I mean, whether this is a cluster at all or whether it's 1 or 2 clusters was discussed to an extent last week, and I don't want to repeat that analysis. I think I would just defer to CABE on this point in the same way that Miss Adams did last week, and in their responses that are set out in CDC 09 and CDC 010, and which are referenced in my proof. They have cast doubt on whether or not a cluster exists in this location, but I think more tellingly, whether or not this scheme forms part of that cluster. They refer to it as being distinct and isolated.
Thank you. So we had evidence on that last week. Now, moving on then to heritage harm, were you able to listen to Dr. Barker Mill's oral evidence last week?
Yes, I was in attendance.
So having heard his oral evidence, including the answers he gave in response to cross-examination, does that lead to any change in the identification of where harm occurs or the level of harm as you'd understood it when you were writing your proof?
No, it doesn't.
You also heard the oral evidence he gave in relation to heritage benefit. And is there anything arising from his oral evidence in relation to heritage benefit that you want to pick up post-dating your proof?
Yes, I think so. I mean, the heritage benefits associated with the scheme, perhaps something that I haven't pulled out in my proof as well as I should, partly because there was a conversation going on regarding the statements of common ground and the precise wording we might want to agree on that point. We have now reached agreements, and in section 10 of the main statements of common ground, specifically paragraphs 10.1.12 in relation to the 2018 scheme and 10.1.24 in relation to the 2021 scheme, we have set out our agreement that the restoration of the Georgian terrace, the reinstatement of the plan form, and the general reparation that would be delivered through the listed building consent in particular are heritage benefits.
And then, so taking account of the harm that Dr. Barker Mills has identified and the heritage benefits which are agreed, what do you say as to where matters then lie in terms of the weight that attaches to heritage in your proof and matters of policy compliance? Do any of those matters then change in terms of your overall judgment?
No, I don't think the point that I just made affects my overall judgment on the heritage impacts of the proposals. I think the council's view is very firmly that there are heritage benefits in isolation for the listed building, and they should be afforded weight, as Dr. Barker Mills outlined in his evidence last week. But when considering the sort of more profound and widespread heritage impacts that were discussed at length last week and are detailed in my proof, my overall conclusions remain the same, in that both proposals would be in conflict with the heritage policies of the development plan because of those harms.
Thank you. Next heading, design and townscape. Were you able to hear Miss Adams' oral evidence?
Yes, I was. I was in attendance for that as well.
And so, having heard the evidence that she gave, including the answers she gave in response to cross-examination, does that lead to any change in the identification of where harm occurs and policy conflict as you'd understood it when writing your proof?
No change.
And is there anything arising from her evidence that affects the weight you've attached to those matters in your proof?
No, there's not.
Next, climate change and sustainability. And here we need to go back to Mr. Goddard's rebuttal proof. And this time we need to go to paragraph 7.2, which is on his page 12. And just to set the scene, in paragraph 7.1, Mr. Goddard refers to the unresolved concerns and need for information on BREEAM and compliance with the 2018 scheme and energy policies that you've identified in your proof, Then in 7.2, having said he considered these matters can be resolved by way of conditions, he then says, however, for the sake of completeness, I attach a further letter prepared by Chapman BDSP as Appendix 1, response to these points, and a note in respect of the BRIAM review for the Georgian Terrace. Obviously, this is not something you've dealt with in your proof. So, having had a chance to consider those matters, where do we now find ourselves on the issue of climate change, sustainability, and BRIAM and energy policies that you've dealt with in your proof?
Well, on the particular point raised in Mr. Goddard's rebuttal on BRIAM and the Georgian Terrace first, I don't think the additional evidence put forward by Chapman BDSP took us much further forward. But we have subsequently had correspondence with AHMM to ask some more detailed questions, I suppose, about the limitations of a listed terrace and how works that might be required to deliver a higher BRIAM rating are or aren't possible. And I think through that more detailed exchange, we have satisfied ourselves that BRIAM very good is the appropriate target for terrace.
Thank you. And any comment about the wider issue of how the scheme falls to be considered by reference to climate change associated sustainability considerations?
Well, I don't think the fact that we found agreement now on BRIAM for terrace really takes us much farther forward in terms of how we appreciate the climate change and sustainability credentials of the scheme. I think from the outset, from the pre-app, there's been a sort of message of trying to push the appellant to enhance those credentials. One, I suppose, in light of the fact that the council, like many others in London, had declared a climate change emergency as of importance to them, and that's articulated in the strategic policies of the plan. But also, given the nature of this development as a tall building that needs to demonstrate exemplary design, this is the topic where that might well have been the case. But as I've set out in my proof, particularly in relation to the 2018 scheme, the development really has struggled, I think, to keep track with the demands of the development plan in terms of sustainability. Mr. Goddard, in his proof, has appended lots of detail about the sorts of things that the appellant likes to do across their portfolio, and apart from the fact that they're a sort of forward-thinking developer who has this objective really at the heart of what they do. But I don't think that's evident in the materials being put forward in support of the planning application.
But policy compliance dealt with by condition, as I understand, where we end up.
Yes, that's right. I think on lots of the issues, particularly the 2018 scheme, we're deferring to conditions and obligations to demonstrate compliance with the minimum standards of the development plan. So that's the case for carbon reduction, for whole life cycle carbon, for circular economy, for urban greening factor. Rather than having all that information up front now as part of the planning assessment, we are sort of placing confidence that the applicant could do a bit better through conditions and obligations.
Thank you. Next, servicing. We had a roundtable session on servicing, and I don't want to sort of reopen the discussion on the merits of those matters, but I just want to understand where you think the evidence has reached following the roundtable and its role, therefore, in the planning assessment in the light of what came out of that.
I think that the roundtable session was very useful to sort of articulate the views of TfL and of the appellant. I think, we understand the perspectives of both sides quite well now, and we had a productive conversation about the impacts of the 2018 scheme on St Thomas Street, both in the context of the sort of the current arrangement, the temporary arrangements, and then the future condition, and also the same issues on Borough High Street. I think the conclusion remains that while there's a package of mitigation that we can wrap up in the Section 106 agreement, that isn't going to remove the additional harms to the highway network that this scheme would create through its servicing strategy.
This is a 2018 scheme.
The 2018 scheme, yes. And I think one thing it did highlight as well is that there still remains matters that are unresolved, even though we've got a fairly well progressed Section 106 agreement now. We still don't have a a design for St Thomas Street which is endorsed and accepted by TfL as the statutory highway authority. And just one point of detail which I think perhaps showcases that is that in the roundtable there was a discussion about the management of the inset loading bay that the 2018 scheme would deliver. And I think Mr Vaughan raised the prospect of bollards sort of to delineate that bay to sort of ensure compliance, I suppose. That would be quite an unusual intervention in my experience, and I'm not sure how receptive TfL would be to that, but it's something they will perhaps pick up at the end of this inquiry when we discuss obligations and conditions. But I suppose given the sort of the increase in pedestrian activity that we're anticipating in the wider area as a result of the growth of London Bridge as a transport hub, not to mention the trip generation of this scheme, any intervention in the footway which impeded movement would be a challenge.
So we'll see what TfL make of all of this when we get to that session, as you say. But in terms of then where we end up on how the issue falls to be treated in terms of compliance with policy and weight, where do you think we are, and to what extent does that change where you thought we were when you wrote your proof?
I don't think it changes the fundamental conclusions that I've reached in my proof, that the scheme, the 2018 scheme that is, would result in some highways impacts that constitute a harm to be weighed in the planning balance.
Thank you. Next heading, daylight, sunlight and overshadowing. Now, as you explain in your proof of evidence, the impacts here are not considered so substantial as to warrant a reason for refusal, but they're treated in your proof as a material consideration that weighs in the negative side of the balance. And in your evidence, you focused on two student accommodation blocks, Orchard Lisle House and Iris Brook House, where you say the impacts are so significant as to be afforded, I think you put it as moderate weight in the planning balance. Can you just briefly summarise why you reached that conclusion?
I think it's worth just saying from the start that the council haven't raised any methodological issues with the way in which the daylight and sunlight reports been undertaken. Neither have I. It conforms to sort of standard practice established by BRE. And in setting out my summary of the impacts on daylight, I haven't sort of really presented anything differently to what GIA have identified, and I'm just drawing on the conclusions from the environmental statement as to the significance of the effects. And I've summarised those in paragraph 6.90 for the 2018 scheme, and paragraph 6.108 for the 2021 scheme. And rather than just sort of state those, I tried to look at them in context, try and understand the nature of those impacts. And you're right, I've drawn particular attention to Orchard Lisle House and Iris Brook House, the two student accommodation blocks located to the south of the application site. Because from the information presented in the daylight assessment, there's widespread impacts to those properties. And the magnitude of the impact is noted in the ES as being major. The only reason the significance is sort of relegated to a still harmful moderate adverse impact in the 2018 scheme, or a moderate to major adverse impact in the 2021 scheme, is because it's student accommodation and considered to be less sensitive than conventional residential accommodation. But I suppose the main reason why I want to draw attention to this and acknowledge it as harm in the planning balance is because if you look at the sorts of impacts on those properties, the way the information is presented in the ES lumps all major impacts as anything experiencing a 40% or greater reduction in their existing daylight levels. But when you look at these properties, the magnitude of the impact is more often than not in excess of 60 or 70%. So that's a substantial reduction in daylight for those occupiers. And this is not a function of their existing design or any constraints imposed on the occupiers. It's purely because of the relationship between the appeal site, the appeal scheme, and these properties. These are principally single aspects student rooms overlooking the site. And that will have a tangible impact on how those spaces are experienced by their occupiers. It will need them to sort of use artificial light more often and diminish the quality of the spaces. And the impacts are such that we've had objections raising these concerns from guys in St Thomas and from King's College London. I don't think these can be dismissed as suggested by Mr Goddard. They represent a substantial impact that will affect the amenity of those occupiers. And I think it's right that we acknowledge that in the planning balance.
Thank you. Now, in your proof of evidence, if you go to page 93 and look at your paragraph 1012, you say in the final sentence that the degree of impact and the number of rooms affected represent a partial conflict with policy P56, and that's a Southwark plan policy. Might be worth just turning that up for the purpose of this question. So that this is CDE 01 and it's on page 191. So now you've got the policy in front of you. I understand you want to. I do apologise. I should have looked across before moving on. Yes, protection of amenity. You can see the terms of the policy, and I understand you wanted to just clarify your position as to whether that's properly characterised as a partial conflict.
Yeah, it's probably not the best way to describe the impacts that I've identified. I think it's an inherent challenge, I think, in looking at amenity impacts, given that the policies are sort of umbrella policies. They cover lots of different aspects of amenity. I mean, you can see in P56 that as well as covering daylight and sunlight and overshadowing, it's addressing privacy outlook, sensitive enclosure, noise, smell, vibration, a whole host of issues, which in making the planning assessment relate to a whole host of properties. And you'll see from the statements of common ground that in general, the council is content that the impacts on amenity overall are acceptable. It's just this particular issue on daylight impacts that I'm drawing attention to, because I think it constitutes a harm that is relevant. And so I think a better way to express that might be a sort of a tension with the policy. I'm not disagreeing with the position put forward with from the council in their statements of case. I don't think the impacts are so widespread that it constitutes a reason for refusal. But for the reasons I've just discussed, I certainly think it's a tension with that policy and one that warrants consideration in the planning balance.
Thank you. So finally on this matter, go back to Mr. Goddard's rebuttal. And if you can go now to his page 13. So this is under the heading Daylight, Sunlight and Overshadowing. So this is a new point. Mr. Goddard explains that in his proof, he highlighted that following the publication of the new BRE guidelines, JLL was considering the need for an update to the ES chapters. He said that's now been completed. Statements of conformity for each scheme have been submitted as inquiry documents and gives us the references. And he says these documents highlight that the only relevant changes relate to impacts on photovoltaic panels at 27 to 29 Borough High Street. JA conclude that these would experience significant loss of radiation based on the recommendations in the new BRE guidelines. Obviously, this postdates your proof, so I just want to understand, have you looked at that? And if so, what do you say about it?
Yes, I've reviewed the new BRE guidelines on this point. I don't profess to be an expert in this issue. It's not one that I commonly came across as a case officer. It's a new issue raised by the BRE. I think in the context of climate emergency and the increased focus on massive sustainability, I'm sure an impact and a harm that will become more prevalent in planning assessments. But given that it relates solely to a single property, I think I would echo the conclusions of the applicant at this stage that it constitutes an impact and a harm to be considered, but one that's perhaps not significant in the overall planning balance.
Thank you. Then next heading, public interest benefits, and starting please with the additional office floor space. Me take up your proof, please, and turn to page 84. Paragraph 8.3, once you've got there. And it's the final sentence of 8.3 I want to ask you about, where you say the framework sets out that planning policies and decisions should place significant weight on the need, I think that should be on the need to support economic growth. However, this needs to be considered in the context of the development plan as a whole. I just want you to summarise what you mean by that qualification at the end of that sentence, please.
Well, I think the emphasis I would draw from that NPPF paragraph is that significant weight needs to be placed on the policies as well as the decisions. And I suppose I'm mindful that only in February this year, the council adopted its new local plan, having been through a protracted process of looking at, what does economic growth look like over the plan period in Southwark if the council is able to deliver growth alongside the other ambitions of the plan. And I mentioned a little earlier today that if you look at the way in which the London plan and the Southwark plan articulate growth, it isn't a case that the provision of office floor space in isolation is necessarily a strong public benefit. It's how that responds to site, how it considers other factors, and it's a sort of more nuanced and sophisticated idea of what good growth represents. So I don't think you can necessarily look at the provision of office space in isolation. It has to be considered in that context, and that's the sort of distinction I tried to draw in my proof in establishing how much public benefit to vest in that issue of supply alone. It's just the contribution that it would make to growth overall.
And then in paragraphs 8.4 and 8.5, you draw on your analysis of the plan position, which is in sections 5 and 7, to explain why you say that this benefit should attract moderate weight. Now, Mr. Goddard has responded to that in his rebuttal, and if you could take that up, please, and turn to page 8. At paragraph 5.4, Mr. Goddard notes that you refer to the capacity of consented and allocated sites to suggest that these would come close to achieving the policy target. And he says, well, it would be impractical and, in his view, a waste of inquiry time to attempt to interrogate the detailed capacity of every allocation, or if and when such allocations may come forward. But then he makes a series of observations in the paragraphs that follow, and we've all had an opportunity to read those, but they are essentially his putting points in response to your essential analysis of this. Well, you've seen what he says. What do you say, brief, please, by way of response to that?
Yeah, I suppose I have different observations. It's quite clear that Mr. Goddard and I both acknowledge this as a benefit of the scheme, but place different weight in it. As I keep on saying, I've tried to think about this in context and in sort of determining how much weight I think should be attached to this. I've considered the process the council went through to determine the targets in the Southwark plan and how it sits in that from that perspective. And then I've looked at sort of pipeline and delivery as well to understand how valuable, I suppose, this site is in achieving the growth set out in the Southwark plan. And I tried to sort of articulate that in my proof in paragraphs 8.4 and 8.5. But I think it's important to understand that the targets in the Southwark plan are a borough-wide target. And there's a desire that much of that floor space is delivered in the CAS. but also in Southwark's opportunity areas. And if you look at the targets in the Southwark plan, it's quite clear that the council places a significant emphasis on delivery through those opportunity areas, particularly at Canterwater and Elephant and Castle. And the relative target for the London Bridge area is more modest, and that's not particularly surprising because the London plan does acknowledge that the London Bridge or Bankside opportunity area is a maturing one, where much of the development has happened and where there are perhaps fewer opportunities that are evident to deliver a more substantial change. And so I think that's one sort of point. It's around sort of the relative distribution of growth that the council sets out in the plan. And the second one is just in terms of London Bridge more specifically, I pointed to the fact that the council has allocations, notably to the eastern end of St Thomas Street, which would surpass actually the targets for employment floor space that have been identified for this area. And that's important because, as I say, economic growth is not just about progressing floor space at the expense of other issues. It's a consideration of how this sits in context. And from the evidence we've heard so far, it's quite clear that there are a number of sensitivities around developments at London Bridge. And secondly, I suppose the point that Mr. Goddard is driving at is that delivery in the CAS is fundamentally positive. And this site sort of has greater a greater value from that perspective. And all I would say is that it's quite clear that there is a pipeline of delivery in Southwark. I think if you look through the applications that have been to the planning committee over the last 12 months, that the council has consented in excess of 200,000 square metres of office floor space recently. And in fact, if you draw on the appendix put forward by Mr. Goddard in his proof, which, forgive me, it's Appendix 2, and there's the more recent market analysis developed by Cushman and Wakefield and Jones Lang LaSalle. There's a lot in here about recent transactions and the relative strength of the market that I don't intend to contest or examine because it's not my area of expertise, but I would just point to the image on page 9 of the development pipeline, where even over the next 4 years to 2026, the authors have identified a substantial pipeline of potential development sites in SE1 alone. And I acknowledge that this report says there are constraints to delivery. It doesn't expand on what they are. But even if a proportion of those sites came forward, it's likely to deliver office floor space beyond that anticipated in the Southwark plan.
Thank you. Now, if the Secretary of State were to take the view that more weight should attach to the delivery of employment floor space than you have allocated to it, what do you say would be the implications for whether the development complies to the development plan as a whole and the overall planning balance?
I don't think it would be significant. I don't think it would change my conclusions on the compliance with the development plan as a whole or the planning balance, for the reasons that I've set out already, in that it's quite clear to me, having heard the evidence presented last week and reviewed the proofs, that both schemes have profound and widespread impacts on townscape and heritage assets. And in my view, those issues are completely captured in the form of growth advocated by the plan. So they should be mutually reinforcing and not sort of in conflict with each other.
And then other issues in relation to public interest benefits. Can we go back, please, to Sir Goddard's rebuttal? And this time is paragraph 6.4 on page 10. And it's probably worth having open alongside that the part of your proof he's commenting on, which is your proof of evidence, page 84, paragraph 8.2. So in your proof 8.2, you say where the actions and interventions proposed by the appellant would extend beyond the minimum policy requirement or simply mitigating the impact of the development and deliver additional public benefit, this is recognised below. So that's what you've said. And then one looks to Mr. Goddard's rebuttal, paragraph 6.4. He says, on matters of weight to be attached to the agreed public benefits, for the main part, you ascribe less weight to those benefits than he does. And then he says this, the main reason for this difference appears to be that, as stated in paragraph 8.2 of his evidence, Mr. Glasgow appears to attach reduced weight to benefits which do not extend beyond the policy requirement. And I just want to understand, is that a fair characterization of your position as articulated in your proof?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I would acknowledge that some development plan policies, by their nature, that they're seeking to intervene to secure an outcome that the market wouldn't otherwise deliver, and deliver some public benefits as a result. I suppose all I've really referenced in my proof there, in the paragraph that Mr. Goddard draws attention to, is that it's a factor in my assessment whether something simply complies with policy or extends beyond it. And I think, and the most obvious example I could think of is in terms of affordable housing, which, although not relevant to this proposal, if a scheme was meeting the minimum requirements articulated in the plan or going well beyond that, surely you would afford more weight as a public benefit to the scheme that goes beyond that.
Understand. And then, do you think this is the main reason for the differences on weight that the two of you have attached to benefits?
No, not necessarily. I think it's just one factor in part of my assessment. I think the greatest distinction is perhaps that I think my analysis has considered context to a greater degree than Mr. Goddard's has in some places.
And what's your overall view on the extent and significance of the benefits here in context?
I think it's undoubted that there are benefits of this proposal. I've covered those in section 8 of my proof, and they're detailed as well in the statement of common ground. I suppose the point I would make is that many of the benefits are generic to office developments. So the uplift in jobs, the provision of floor space, some of the sustainability issues, the provision of sill, there's nothing to really distinguish those from this scheme or any other office development coming forward in the borough. In contrast, the impacts that have been identified by all the witnesses to heritage assets and to Townscape, they have a special and unique character. And I suppose the conclusion that I've reached quite clearly is that if you weigh up the benefits of this scheme against those very specific and particular harms, then it's clear that there's a huge discrepancy between the benefits this scheme is delivering and the harms it would create.
Thank you. Next heading, compliance to the development plan as a whole. So if we go to your proof, section 10 and paragraph 1016, which sits right at the end of that, and that tells us that when you wrote your proof, your view was that the proposed developments conflict with numerous development plan policies of great importance for the determination of these appeals, most notably those related to tall buildings, townscape, urban design, impact on setting of heritage assets, including the Tower of London World Heritage Site, large number of listed buildings and conservation areas. You said you acknowledge proposals also comply with a number of other development plan policies. In your judgment, the importance and extent of the policy conflicts as such, proposals clearly contrary to the development plan as a whole. Having now had the opportunity to hear the oral evidence of Dr. Barker-Mills and Miss Adams, and also seen what has been said in response by the appellants, what view do you take now?
My view remains the same. I think that it's the last sentence there which is of most importance, and it's the language used in these policies and which confers their relative importance and the extent of the conflicts which lead me to that conclusion. Not only do I find that there are conflicts with the thematic policies I mentioned at the start in terms of design and heritage, but it's the fact that those themes are so interrelated with the strategy for growth set out in the plan, which means that there are quite widespread conflicts. And that leads me to the conclusion that both schemes are conscious of the development plan as a whole.
And then finally, planning balance. In your section 11, you have some conclusions on paragraph in page 97 paragraphs 1117 to 1119, where you sort of draw together by way of conclusion why you say the planning balance lies in favour of refusal. Does any of the evidence you've heard so far alter those conclusions?
No, I think my conclusions remain the same. I think because of the nature of the harms I've identified, we're obviously engaging the statutory requirements set out in the Planning and Listed Building and Conservation Area Act. And there's a significant bar, I suppose, for these public benefits to reach if we're to conclude that they're so significant, so widespread that they outweigh those harms. On the basis of the evidence I've heard, I simply don't believe that's the case. I think those harms are so significant and relate to assets of such value for the borough and for London as a whole that there's just no way that the public benefits arising from this scheme can outweigh them such that a recommendation to Grant Planning Commission can be reached.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Losco. Madam, those are the questions in chief.
Thank you very much. And you were dead on your hour. I'm impressed.
First and perhaps only time.
Thank you. I suggest we have a break now. We can get the I've had the documents list, so we'll get documents up, and then we'll
A few preliminary questions which won't need any extra documents if you wanted to fill up a bit of time until the tea arrives.
Well, tea's at 11, so
exactly.
I mean we can. If
I can spin things out till then.
Start.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Let's do a few
Okay.
miscellaneous things, and when I reach where I would have started, I'll say it'll probably be a few minutes before 11.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
All right. So, morning, Mr. Glasgow.
Good morning.
Pardon me?
Good morning. So that was a
Yes.
very rapid good morning.
Morning. Yes. Let's start off being polite to each other. So I just wanted to ask you a preliminary question, which I didn't have in my list, but it arises out of something you said in your evidence in chief, and it relates to matters of light, daylight, and so on and so forth impact. So can I just double check if we can turn to the policy itself in the Southwark plan that you took us to? So that's policy P56 on page 191 of the Southwark plan, which is core document E01. And the inspector has got it there. Excellent. And we know that we are told in the second line and second sentence that various amenity considerations are to be taken into account, and they include 5 things, amongst which number 4, daylight, is one of the things in item number 4. And all these things are taken into account to reach an overall conclusion as to what's said in the first sentence of the policy. So can we just look at that together? Development should not be permitted when it causes an unacceptable loss of amenity to present or future occupiers or users. And just to be crystal clear, the council does not contend, does it, that the effect on light in those 2 student blocks would amount to an unacceptable loss of amenity?
I think the council's position is that they constitute harm. But yes, in the context of policy P56, if you just highlighted, when that's taken collectively with all the issues that policy covers, we're not finding that the impacts were unacceptable overall.
Right, thank you very much indeed. And so therefore, and I think this was implied perhaps in your evidence in chief, but just to be explicit, so therefore there isn't a breach, if you like, or a lack of accordance with this policy, because this policy turns on whether there's an unacceptable loss of immunity, and we haven't got that here, so there isn't an inconsistency or breach with this policy, is there?
Yes, I agree with that.
Thank you. Thank you. And the other miscellaneous and sort of, I think, pretty small point really is you'll remember you were quite rightly taken to that passage in Mr. Goddard's rebuttal where he refers to the updated work that's been done, because the famous law that begins with an S, no sooner had our evidence gone in and we had new BRE guidelines issued. So it's Mr. Goddard's rebuttal at page 13, just as an aid memoir, and paragraph 9.3 there of it. And you'll know that we've issued 2 updates, if you like, in relation to the new BRE guidelines, one for each scheme. And you refer to what he says in summary here about the new requirement in the new BRE guidelines to look at impacts on photovoltaic panels. That's going to keep us busy for the next few years. And Mr. Goddard, says here that as the assessment points out, there would be a loss of radiation, significant loss of radiation in relation to some existing panels on a building in Borough High Street. And you refer to that. Now, what neither you, not criticising you, nor Mr. Goddard, not criticising him, refer to is that when one actually looks at the assessment itself by Gordon Ingram Associates, GIA, it points out that each scheme, 2018 and 2021, incorporates photovoltaic panels, and the amount of positive impact, if you like, which they would have, would far outweigh the loss of in relation to some existing panels nearby. You've seen that in the reports, I'm sure. So that puts the point into wider context, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. I suppose there are 2 separate issues here. So I think that the point we're driving at is it in the context of sustainability overall. That's a positive message to some extent because of what the scheme will seek to deliver. I suspect that's of scant consolation to the particular occupier who's having a PVs overshadowed now. And so I suppose it's distinguishing between the 2 points on sustainability and the impact on amenity in the context of Southwark Plan Policy P56.
Yes, but this is not really an amenity point. Well, if it is, you've already told me there's no breach of the policy, so,
Yes, I think as I set out in my response to Mr. Philpott's question, while it's a new introduction to the BRE guidelines that I'm not entirely comfortable commenting on in the same way that I would about a conventional daylight and sunlight report.
Sure.
I think I would acknowledge that it's a limited impact in the context of this overall scheme.
All right, good. Thanks very much indeed. I'm just pointing out that the other side of the coin, so to speak, is yes, there's limited impact, but there's a greater gain overall because of what we propose. That's the point. You're nodding your head.
I'm nodding my head.
You are nodding your head. That's right. Yes, which I'm taking to be agreement as opposed to sort of some strange.
No, I agree. Obviously, that this scheme would deliver a far greater number of PV panels than exist at present.
Good. All right. Thank you very much indeed. And the other introductory question I just wanted to ask is really this, and it's a scene setter, obviously. I mean, ultimately, the inspector, and then beyond the inspector, the Secretary of State, whoever that might be in due course, the Secretary of State will have to conclude, as we know, because of the statute, whether there is or there isn't accordance with the development plan read as a whole for 2018-2021. Let us say that the conclusion which is reached by the Secretary of State in due course is that there isn't. In other words, that the Secretary of State is in your camp, that there isn't accordance overall, one or other or both of the schemes. Then obviously that would bring us to material considerations, and whether material considerations indicate otherwise. And necessarily here that would take the decision maker pretty much straight away to the public benefits, which are, all the headings are agreed. It's then a question of how much weight you give to those benefits. So if there is a lack of accordance with the plan, it leads us to weighing the public benefits against that lack of accordance, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Yes.
And similarly, in relation to the particular subset of heritage, we know it's less than substantial harm, and we know therefore necessarily, I think we would have had to have done this under the development plan anyway, but necessarily that takes us to considering the public benefits and whether the public benefits outweigh the heritage harm, applying all the strictures of case law, etc., etc.
Yes, that approach would accord with the NPPF.
Yeah. So ultimately, all roads lead to that weighing process, don't they?
Yes, I suppose I do.
I mean, the exercise doesn't stop, for example, by saying there's a breach of the plan when read as a whole. There's less than substantial heritage harm. I mean, that, if you like, is a very big step towards the next step, which is then to consider the benefits and to weigh the one against the other.
Yes, that's correct.
Good. Thank you very much indeed. Don't be at all nervous about agreeing with me. Sometimes I get things right. It's a rare moment. But now what I want to do next is to move on to the mainstay of my cross-examination. So, ma'am, that would be a good point to break.
Okay, thank you. If we reconvene at 11:15, 25 minutes. Okay. So you have to keep yourself, as you know. Go and get a cup of tea.
Start.
Yeah.
So, I didn't
Okay, if you want to continue.
Yes, thank you very much indeed. Right, Mr. Glasgow, what I want to do is to look at the planning policies vis-a-vis the various employment designations which apply to the site and the area within which the site sits. You'll be very familiar with this, some others might. Those who perhaps aren't as experienced in London policies perhaps might not be as much. So can we just look at these things together? And we will actually look at the two plans, the London plan first and the Southwark plan, sort of relevant page by relevant page. So we're going to start with the London plan, which is D021. I've got a hard copy book, so I'm going to get the PDF numbers given to me in a few moments' time. I'm going to start with policy SD1, which in the original was at page 30, and it is on 45 in the PDF. 45 in the PDF. So we know that we're within an opportunity area. That is the site. Sorry, the site is within an opportunity area, the bankside, etc., 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 opportunity area. We're going to look at what the Southwark plan says about that later. But in the London plan, policy SD1 tells us, doesn't it, at item A, that we are, if you like, to ensure that opportunity areas fully realise their growth and regeneration potential. The mayor would do various things, but the objective is, isn't it, for opportunity areas to fully realise their growth and regeneration potential? That's the objective.
Yes, that's the clear strategic objective in Part A.
Thank you.
I would qualify that by the range of statements that are listed in Part B.
It is what you wanted by Part B. I didn't get the beginning of that. What you said before Part B.
I agree with you that that's the sort of initial objective of the
The
opportunity areas.
strategic objective.
Yes, in Part A.
Yes.
Just qualifying that by saying there are a range of sort of detailed caveats in Part B.
Yes, we're going to look at them now.
Let's look.
Turn the page to Part B. And we can see that boroughs through plans and decisions should. So obviously we've now got the inspector and the Secretary of State sort of in the shoes of the borough, if you like. So this is what apparently they should do. And amongst various things, and before you get to it, I note obviously item 4, recognise the role of heritage in placemaking. So, there are all sorts of things here. But one of the all sorts of things in item B is number 2. That is to say, support development, which creates employment opportunities. Support development, which creates employment opportunities. So just pausing there, there's no doubt about this at all, but in terms of the principle of the uses that we propose, we get clear support, don't we, from SD1 in the London plan, in terms of the principle of the uses that we propose.
Yes, I don't think the council have taken issue with that.
No, good, okay. So then, because obviously all these things go into the mix, don't they? Because when you work out, do we or do we not comply with the plan read as a whole, you've got to do what it says on the tin, read the plan as a whole. So it's not just, is there inconsistency with the policy, I don't know, about heritage, for example. You've got to read the policies that deal with the actual uses of what you propose as well, haven't you? Obviously.
Yes, you have. I suppose the nuance I tried to draw is the extent to which you can disaggregate these points.
I'm not trying to disaggregate them. I'm just looking at the other side of the story that, we might or might not have heard much about to date. So then if we move on the other designation that the site sits within, so that's the opportunity areas policy in the London plan. The next one is the CAS, the Central Activities Zone, original page 70, policy SD4, London plan. Sorry, here we go, almost there. See, it's a race to get the number. 85, there you are, man. You've beaten us to it. Oh, that's it. That's it. SD4, Central Activities Zone. So the site is within the Central Activities Zone, and here we are with the London plan policy, and we're told in item A that the CAS Central Activity Zone has unique international, national and London-wide roles. That's indicated there. And at item B, this struck me as interesting. The nationally and internationally significant office functions of the CAS should be supported and enhanced by all stakeholders, including the intensification provision of sufficient space, that's office space obviously, to meet demand for a range of types and sizes of occupier and rental values. So pausing there, I mean, perhaps unusually in development plan policies, I don't know. But anyway, for this particular policy, for this particular area, and for this particular use, the strategic policy is, quote unquote, to provide sufficient enough to meet demand. It's a demand-led approach, isn't it?
Yes, I'd agree that is one part of the policy.
Yes. Well, it's a bit of the policy about meeting demand. That's why. Yes, indeed. And yes, then of course, as always, C, distinct environment and heritage of the CAS should be sustained and enhanced. So, so I'm not trying to cheat you of, the other items, but I just want to draw out, obviously, to ensure that we don't lose sight of the other side of the coin, if you like. So that's a meet demand. Now, while we're thinking about the CAS, the Central Activity Zone, the supporting text in the London Plan tells us a bit more about this. So 2 pages on, so that'd be page 87 in the PDF, paragraph 2.4.1, we are told, some very evocative stuff, this, the CAS, Central Activity Zone, is the vibrant heart and globally iconic core of London. This is one of the world's most attractive and competitive business locations. Can I just do a few of these with you, and then I'll ask you a rolled up question, if you like, because they're all in similar vein. Over the page 88 in the PDF, paragraph 2.4.8, we are told, as a whole, the CAS Central Activity Zone supports a nationally and internationally significant scale and agglomeration of offices enabled by the hyperconnectivity of its public transport infrastructure. And then in similar vein, now this is page 80 of the original, so it's under policy SD5. Yeah, it must be about PDF 95 maybe.
Yeah, 94.
94, PDF page 94. Just one more. This is just the last one, and I'll add them all together. So 2.5.1, which is in the supporting text for policy SD5, which is all about offices in the CAS. The CAS 2.5.1 is an internationally and nationally significant office location. Internationally and nationally significant office location. So, I mean, the London Plan is crystal clear, isn't it? As to just how significant the area is within which the wider area is within which the appeal site sits for office functions. I mean, it doesn't just register on a London scale. It registers on a national and indeed global scale, doesn't it, in terms of its significance?
It does, yes, in terms of sort of the overall geography of the CAS. I mean, I'm sure we'll get to this point, but I would like to just state at this point in time, we need to understand that this is a strategic policy talking about the area as a whole. Yeah. And there is an inherent danger in relating that to a specific site within that, but I'm sure we'll get to that.
We're going to look at the Southwark plan, which obviously then takes all this and drills it down, not only to Southwark, but to the area within which the site closely sits, the London Bridge area. So we're going to come to all of that.
Great. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm not disagreeing at all that the CAS has these strategic functions.
Yes, which register on a global scale. I mean, that's the level of significance we're talking about.
Yes, I think that the plan refers to sort of the agglomeration of the area as a whole.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. And the hyperconnectivity, etc., with vis-a-vis its transport infrastructure, and the inspector will know where the site is, the appeal site is, obviously. So then in the London Plan, there's a specific policy on offices. Now that's, my heavens, that's policy E1, original page 239, Mr. Glasgow, but because you've got the book there, haven't you? Yes. So E1. 254. 254, PDF 254. You're right when we get to the Southwark plan because the pages are the same, but so tell me when you're there, policy E1.
Yep, I'm there.
Thank you. So this is the specific policy on offices, so not a bad place for us to look. Policy E1 offices, and we're told that at item A, improvements, qualitative improvements, so improvements to the quality, etc., of office space, etc., should be supported by new office provision. And then B, we're on the quantitative side. Increases in the current stock of offices should be supported in the locations in Part C and D below. And Part C, third line of Part C, we see the CAS, don't we, there, the Central Activities Zone. So the London Plan lends its support to quantitative improvements, more office floor space, in other words, in amongst other places, the Central Activity Zone, and it lends its support to improving the quality of office space across the piece. Correct?
Yes, I agree with that.
Good. Thank you very much, Dave. So that's the London Plan, sort of. Now you'll remember that meet demand part of policy SD4, part B, meet demand. Now, you'll know that Mr. Goddard attaches to his proof, if you want to just remind yourself of them, his Appendix 1, a letter from GPE, so the appellant, which you touched on in your evidence in chief, and then his Appendix 2, he has a market overview and demand analysis from Cushman, Wakefield and JLL. Yeah, you'll remember those. Now, to the extent that those two documents, that's the GPE letter on the one hand, and the analytical report, if you like, the market report at Appendix 2 on the other hand, to the extent that those talk about issues of demand and how the proposals would go to meet demand, I take it that you don't contest anything that's said in the letter or the report to that effect.
No, I'd have nothing in front of me which would lead me to contest the conclusions they've reached. Although I suspect this is where we start to diverge a little in our understanding, because I would qualify that by saying that the council has just gone through a long, intensive process of preparing a local plan, which was only adopted in February this year. And as you'll know, a key part of that process was for the council to establish that they had understood the economic demand that would manifest itself over the plan period, to present a strategy that would deliver on that demand across the borough.
We're going to look at the Southwark plan, don't worry, that's coming next. But as a stepping stone to the Southwark plan, I just wanted to check to see whether you're in any way contesting what's said in these documents about how either of these proposals would go to meet demand, and you're not.
Not.
Good. Excellent. We will come back to the second of those documents in a few moments' time. Can we now go to the Southwark plan, which is called document E01? And within it, with me, sorry, Emma. I want to start with policy ST1, which is at page 45, and it's the same in the PDF. So it spoils our fun, really. And ST1 sets out Southwark's development targets, and I think this is probably what you had in mind as part of the jigsaw puzzle that you've just referred to. So the plan making process, gone through at local level, got to try and work out how much of this you need to do and how much of that you need to do. You set out some targets, you satisfy yourself you can do it, and you make your plan. I mean, that's it in, as long as one gets through to the end of the process, that's the process. So can we just look at this together? So in ST1, we find these development targets. So for the way this works for jobs is found at item 3. So there's a target of 58,000 total jobs over the planned period. And then there's a distribution, or a target distribution, isn't there? And I'm going to come back later on. So I'd just like us to make a note of this, or post it if you've got the real document there, to the Borough Bankside London Bridge Opportunity Area, where the target distribution is 10,000 jobs over the planned period. All right, so just keep that in mind, please, for quite a bit later on. And then item 4, we have an office floor space target, 460,000 square metres over the planned period. And we're told around 80% of that office space will be delivered in the central activity zone. That's Southwark's part of the central activity zone, obviously, correct?
Yes, that's a recommendation that came from the council's employment land review.
Sure.
That target.
So we can see the weighting, if you like, which is given to the central activity zone. Southwark's part of the central activity zone, because 4/5, most of, predominantly, office floor space is to be delivered in that zone, as we can see there. That emphasis which the Southwark plan gives to the central activity zone, isn't it? It's to take most, predominant amount, 4/5, 80%. Yep.
Yes, that's correct.
Good. And then if we move on, please, to, just give me a moment. Policy SP4, which is on page 59. And here we find that the council, the plan, wishes to have a strong, etc., economy, and this is to be achieved through various things. And do you remember we had the target in ST1 of 460,000 square metres of offices? So if we look at SP4, we can understand this in a wider context, because at SP4 item 2 on page 59, we are told that one's to deliver at least that amount, do you see? So the target is a minimum. We've got to do at least this. Yeah.
The plan's a little bit unhelpful in this regard, because you'll find references to 460,000 square metres in ST1, SP4, and then again in the particular policy which looks at office floor space, and it's referred to in different ways in each policy. But I think the key things is that it refers, this target has been arrived at through a process of looking at employment demand as set out in the employment land review that underpinned this plan.
Yeah.
But I suppose fundamentally, no, I have no concerns about whether it's a minimum or at least. I don't think it's material to our arguments.
Well, whether it is or it isn't, I mean, can we just get this right? Nowhere in the plan, if we just turn the point on its head, nowhere in the plan is this figure of 460,000 square metres given as a cap, a maximum, thou shalt not exceed.
No, it's not.
No.
It's not a position that we've advanced.
And where it is specifically addressed, it is specifically addressed as a minimum, as in this policy here, at least.
In this policy, it is, yes.
Yes. Well, there's no other policy that says. I mean, one's got to read these plans and make sense of them. So where it says at least, it sounds to me like it's a minimum that needs to be achieved. And if you go above it, good for you.
Within reason. I mean, you'll have seen that we have a more nuanced perspective than that.
Well, within reason, I'm obviously here, if by within reason you mean, there's some, you can't just keep going and going and going, causing, masses of harm and so on. That's not my point. My point here is to look at the employment side of the local plan, Southwark plan, and the employment side of the local plan sees these figures as minima. The implication of that being, if you do more than that, then that's not a bad thing, because we all want more offices. We all want more jobs in these areas which are so important.
Yes, I think the distinction is the point you just made, in that if you were to keep on going, you would inevitably introduce harms that were not consistent with the plan. But yes,
exactly. Yeah,
you can exceed that that target.
Exactly. Yes. Careful with your, Freudian slip. Item 5 in policy SP4, providing at least 58,000 new jobs, and then we have the target, the same split. Borough opportunity area 10,000. So again, for the jobs, it's a minimum. Again, same question, same answers, I assume.
Yes.
Yeah, good. Thank you. And then if we move on in the Southwark plan, give me one moment. Yeah. I just want to your help, please, with trying to find in this plan, and I think we might have to, between us, put this right, an indication of the extent of the Bankside, Borough, etc., opportunity area. On a map, and I'm not sure that when the inspector comes to put all these points into context, I'm not sure that there's a plan which is quite up to scratch in the documents that we've got in front of the inspector. So if you look, for example, at page 70, you've got a hard copy, and so have I. Your print's probably as unhelpful as mine. The inspector can look at it on her screen, which I don't think is much better. I don't think we've got a plan anywhere here, or have we? Tell me if I've got it wrong, of the extent of the opportunity area. If you're looking at what are you looking at? The Southwark plan?
Yes.
Yeah. Is there a decent plan showing the extent of the opportunity area? Because what's shown on page 70, for example, is only part of the opportunity area.
Yes, that's right. I'm not sure, to be quite honest. I'm looking at plan
question
on policy. On page 137.
137,
which happens to be a tall buildings map.
Well, that's
and you can
good luck with that.
Yeah, you can see a very slight delineation between the Elephant and Castle Major Town Centre and the Central Activity Zone. It's not entirely helpful, but I think
we're stretching ourselves a bit.
Yeah, shorthand here is that
we've gone on your personally the council's interactive proposals map, because these days, the old days, you just used to get a map out, you could see it all. Now you go interactive and take layers off and strip it all down, and eventually you get to the opportunity area. So we're going to do a screenshot of that, which show it to you, and I think the inspector just needs, as an inquiry document, a plan that shows where this blessed opportunity area is, to get an idea of the extent of it. So I'm sure we can, between us, we'll do that, can't we, Mr. Glasgow?
Yeah, that sounds fine.
Good, excellent. So bearing in mind that there's a part plan on page 70, but it doesn't extend to its full extent, I wonder whether, with all of that in mind, you just help me with this. At page 69 of the Southwark plan, is AVO2, I got myself slightly confused about this, is AVO2 a policy that deals with the opportunity area within which the site sits?
Insofar as relating to the Bankside and Borough area, then yes, I suppose it is.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the only reason I ask is because, of course, as we know later on, and we'll look at it together, there's a separate policy for the London Bridge area in particular, which is AV11, which we'll come to later.
Yes.
So it looks like there are two layers to me. There's a Bankside opportunity area layer, if you like, which seems to be AV2, and then there's within that you've got the London Bridge area, which is AV11. Have I got that right? I honestly don't mind being wrong. I just want to understand this.
I think they are addressed separately and distinctly in the sort of plan. I think that there's a blurring of the boundary to the east of Bankside and Borough around Borough High Street.
Okay. So I'm right, am I, or not? I mean, put me out my misery if you like, but AVO2 is a relevant policy for the site in question.
I suppose it depends on the nature of the point. I mean, obviously there are lots of bullet points in AV2 which relate to that area as a whole.
Yeah, does it apply to the area within which the site sits? I think it does, but to be honest, if it doesn't, it doesn't.
I think, well, we've principally drawn on the London Bridge area.
I know.
To be clear,
that's why I'm asking you about AV2.
Well, I think I'll wait and see what the point is, and I'll tell you if I think it's relevant to the site in question.
Well, no. I mean, we're either within this area which has a vision, or we're not. So don't worry about what the point is. Honestly, don't worry about what the point is. Just I'm operating at a much higher level than that, which is are we within this area or not? I think we are, but
I would say it's the London Bridge vision, which is the pertinent one for the application site.
Right. So you think this doesn't apply? I mean, it refers in the first bullet point to the borough market, for example, which is pretty close to where we are.
Yes, I think the point I referenced was that Borough High Street really can be seen as the dividing line between these two area visions. I mean,
well, why then on the... Sorry, I didn't mean to talk across you. I'm ever so... I didn't mean to be rude. Page 70, we seem to cross Borough High Street, don't we, into... I mean, our site's on the map on page 70, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Well, shall we proceed on the basis of it? I'll ask you some questions about it. If I've got this wrong, then that's absolutely fine. It can be, if it doesn't seem to apply. But it just struck me as a curiosity that we've got a London Bridge vision, but we've also got I suppose it's not curious at all because Bankside is a bigger area than London Bridge, so that's maybe the way you reconcile it. So anyway, look, AVO2, let's assume it applies for the sake of the questions. We see that we've got all sorts of things intermingling in the first bullet point. Centuries old buildings intermingling with modern architecture. Then second bullet point, a globally significant central London business district, home to international headquarters and local enterprise. So on the employment side, we're back with this theme of it being globally significant, aren't we?
Yes, we are.
Thank you. Then there are various points about its characterisation, and I'm not trying in any way to remove the townscape and heritage issues from this, of course. And then we find development in Bankside and the borough should, second bullet point, continue to consolidate, part of this CAS, an international destination of business headquarters. And then at the bottom of the page, growth opportunities, part of the central activity zone, the borough, Bankside Borough and London Bridge opportunity area, delivering 10,000 new jobs, etc., etc. So we're back to those points we looked at earlier on. So yes, with the recognition of heritage and other issues, but within that, we still, unsurprisingly, find clearly set out here that the global significance and the importance of growing and consolidating this area for, amongst other things, offices is set out very clearly, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Good. Okay, let's go to the more comfortable ground of AV11, which is the one that says London Bridge. And so that is at page 90. Page 90. And we find on page 90 there's a vision, and it begins with telling us London Bridge is a globally significant central London business district, which is home to various important things. Then third bullet point, rich heritage is mentioned. We're set out there rather. Next one, one of the UK's busiest and fastest growing transport hubs is referred to. And then the things that one should do in the area under development in London Bridge should. So first bullet point, attract global commerce. Attract global commerce. Number 2, we're to have inspiring new architecture. Inspiring new architecture. And then I'll come back to the stuff about the cluster, etc. later on. So within the policy itself, on the office side, if we move on, we're told on the next page of the plan, page 91, still in the policy, growth opportunities in London Bridge. First bullet point, significant transformation over the years, etc. Second bullet point, London Bridge is part of the CAS, it's part of the opportunity area, delivering 10,000 new jobs. It's also the London Bridge District Town Centre. London Bridge has the potential to grow its strategic office provision, etc., etc. So again, and were we in any doubt about the importance of this area? I mean, it's again driven home here, isn't it? Just how important. We've now drilled down to the London Bridge sort of subset. Just how important this particular area is, not just nationally, not just London's wide or nationally, but globally. Again, all correct.
Yes, I think the bullet points you see there are a reflection of the things we discussed in relation to the London Plan and the development that has taken place at London Bridge over the years.
Yes, but the point of the plan is, I mean, a plan isn't just a record of things that have happened to date. Otherwise, I would read a history book, if you like. The plan wants more of it. It's very successful when it wants more. In fact, it wants a lot more, doesn't it?
Well, I think the bullet points you've just referenced do point to what has happened, and you're right, it points to the sort of way that the plan sees things continuing over the time period.
Yeah.
But I think in that second point on growth opportunities, the council have identified how they think that can continue.
Well, yes, it's to continue by growing its strategic office provision. That's what it says in the second bullet point. London Bridge has the potential to grow its strategic office provision, shops, leisure, culture, science, and medical facilities. So, to put it in colloquial terms, the plan regards what's happened at London Bridge, which is part of a wider opportunity, opportunity area, which in turn is part of a wider central activity zone. The plan sees what's happened at London Bridge vis-a-vis it having become a globally significant office location as a good thing. It wants to consolidate and grow that good thing, doesn't it? That's what the plan wants to achieve.
Yes. Sorry, excuse me. Yes, as a principle, within the sort of the other limitations imposed by the plan.
Indeed, that's right. Not forgetting heritage, townscape, etc., etc. All right. Thank you very much indeed. That's grand. Now then, I said I'd come back to particularly Mr. Gollard's Appendix 2. Do you remember earlier on I asked you whether you took issue, if you like, with anything that said there about either proposal meeting demand? And you said no, and I said I'd come back to this document. Bear with me. Just want to check one reference, if you'll bear with me for one moment. Yeah. Yes. So if you've got Mr. Gollard's Appendix number 2, so this is the JLL, Cushman Wakefield JLL report. So there's an executive summary. In the original document, it's page 4. The inspector's got a hard copy, that's great. So page 4, using its internal pagination. And you will have seen in this sort of almost bewildering array of figures that one reads in reports of this nature, that there's reference in paragraph 2.3 that there are increasingly hardening barriers to entry, making forecasting development pipeline more difficult. Macroeconomic uncertainties, inflationary pressures, increasingly expensive development finance means that many potential schemes may be abandoned in favour of rolling over income or deferred. until conditions improve and or significant pre-lets secured. They then make a comment that of the potential supply in SE1, only 4% has minimal barriers to entry. If you just hold that thought in your mind, please, they then articulate that in more detail at page 9, which is a page, figure 5, that I think you went to in your evidence in chief. Because on page 9, one has to sort of crack the coloration, the colour code, but on page 9, they, for the various schemes that are in the pipeline, they set out an assessment as to which ones, if you like, really haven't got barriers, minimal barriers on the one hand, and multiple barriers, so to speak, on the other. Do you see? You can see that there. It's just a question.
Yes, I can see that.
And not really interested in the overall, forgive me, the detail of this. What I'm interested in is, do you take any issue with that? In other words, it's not as simple as saying we've got lots of things which have been granted planning permission or lots of things which are coming forward via planning applications. In terms of meeting these various policy aspirations and objectives, one actually needs the schemes built, obviously, otherwise you haven't got these globally significant offices, etc. So do you take any issue with what's set out in this report on that particular point?
Well, no, it's difficult to draw too much issue with that because the document is quite ambiguous in terms of what those barriers might be. I mean,
well, they're set out in paragraph 2.3 with great respect, so I don't think it's ambiguous. It's just getting harder and harder to bring big schemes forward. Well, not for the likes of GPE because they're a mighty player in the market, but it is becoming harder for various. It's all set out in 2.3 in the executive summary. Later on, obviously, there's more detail about it. So it is set out.
Well, I would make a handful of points.
Do you contest what's said in the report? That's what I've asked you. Then you can make your handful of points. But okay. Are you taking issue with what's set out here? That there are increasing barriers to delivering schemes, whether they've got permission or not, to actually building them, getting them out there, and they then grade the various schemes. Do you take issue with that? Yes or no? And then we have your whatever it is you want to say.
Okay. I mean, I'm not going to disagree with their contention. Right. I would only point to other facts, I suppose, anecdotally around delivery in Southwark more generally.
Right.
I think I referenced in my proof that the council had consented a significant amount of office space in the last 12 months. Sure. We can look along St Thomas Street to the east and see that both the Capitol House and Beckett House schemes are now being delivered. I think if you were to look at other locations that the council plan is reliant on to deliver significant office growth, you would find a similar picture.
Yeah.
Just a couple of points in relation to this document specifically. On page 6, which is sort of the tail end of 3.2.2.
Just give me one moment. So I just want to make a note so I can come back to the first part of your answer. Sorry. Yes, page 6. Thank you.
I would just point out that there are a number of schemes there that are either complete or under construction.
Sure.
So of that wider list, there's clearly activity that the agents are acknowledging.
Yes. Yeah.
Again, without wishing to sort of labour this point, much of the analysis here is based on transactions in the last 3 months. Of course, the council, in looking at how they deliver their ambitions for employment growth over the plan period, are looking at a much longer time period. And they have just gone through a process of demonstrating to the planning inspectorate that their strategy for employment growth across the borough over the plan period is positively prepared, justified, effective. And that examination did take place against the backdrop of some of the macroeconomic uncertainties this document points to.
Sure. Jolly good. And we've seen, we can keep going back to these points. Yes, but as we saw in the plan, a plan sets minima. So if you do more globally significant offices in a globally significant office area, that's not a bad thing, as long as the balance is, any harms are weighed against the benefits, etc., etc. But on the employment side, it's not a bad thing. It's a good thing to have more globally significant offices in a globally significant part of central London.
Yes, I think we're agreed on that.
Good, thank you. So I said I wanted to come back to a point because, you know, yes, there are all sorts of things going on, but if you go back to the executive summary at paragraph 2.4 on page 4, I mean, dealing with the SE1 area, they say that of these eye-watering amounts of floor space, 7.3 million square feet, you know, agents are still with Imperial, and so am I, between various, you know, between the years they refer to there, only 4%, this is a sort of near future, only 4% has minimal barriers to entry. So, you know, you've got a very big number, but a very small proportion of that actually is in that category of where you might realistically imagine that it's going to happen without that much difficulty. Do you see?
Yes, I see that point.
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose this is the difficulty with receiving information of this nature quite late in the process. I think I would have preferred the opportunity to discuss this. I'm sure the officers at Southwark would have as well earlier in the process, because I don't know if this is a typo or case, but
I think there was a predecessor of this report, by the way.
No, this is
sorry.
I just continue. It's a brief point. Just yes, I see in 2.4 that there's a reference to 4% of schemes having minimal barriers to entry. Again, jumping back to figure 5 and specifically the paragraph above that figure, I would just note that the paragraph seems to suggest that 6.3 million square foot would still be delivered on a speculative basis. So I guess it's going back to this issue of, are there really constraints that would preclude these schemes from coming forward? I'm not clear myself how those 2 points sort of go together. I'm not clear if the barriers to entry are so significant that only 4% would come forward, or it's just a degree of risk in delivery. But
yeah,
the paragraph there seems to suggest that, you know, a lot of these schemes will still progress to delivery, just perhaps with some uncertainty.
yes, I think this might be because the speculative point is singling out. I'd need to go back and read this again, but singling out one of the barriers was, do you need a pre-let or not, which is separate from, for example, you know, can you muster the development finance to do it? And they refer to the increasing difficulties getting development finance. And I think the 6.3 million, by saying on a speculative basis, is speculative, as you know, is the opposite of having to have a pre-let. I think that's how you square the circle, but I'll go back and check. Let me make a note. Because if there is a typo in the report, then, you know, I don't want the inspector to be misled by anything, so I'll check. But I think that's how you square the circle. Anyway, let's move on. Bear with me, I'll just make a note. Okay, right. What I want to do next, please, is to just move on to the subject of tall buildings. And clusters of tall building, a cluster or multi-clusters of tall buildings, and so on and so forth. So what I just want to do, please, is to just ask you to take your proof of evidence to hand. We're going to come back to the Southwark plan in particular fairly soon. And you'll know that in your proof at page 8, paragraph 2.15, you talk about there being 2 distinct clusters. And I think this is a passage that in your evidence in chief, you said, well, perhaps that's not as well written as it might have been and you really had in mind. there being two distinct families of buildings along St Thomas Street, and by families you mean there's one family which is a Renzo Piano family because it's all designed by his workshop, and that's the Shard, obviously the News Building in Shard Place, and the other family is, well, there are three different architectural practices, aren't there, for the ones to the east of St Thomas Street?
Yes, I think that's. I believe that's right.
So I don't know whether that's a family or not, or close friends, but there you are. So, and I think you were saying, and you meant saying, I think the point you were making is that whereas you'd written there are two distinct clusters, you didn't really mean that. So you're not sitting there, I mean, look at the model, you're not sitting there saying there's one cluster, which is a Shard, and its siblings, if you like, and another cluster, which are the three friends to the left as we look at the model. You're not saying that those are two distinct clusters, are you?
No, I think as presented in my proof, it was just a description, I suppose, of how the area has changed over time.
Yeah.
And noting that, one group were conceived and consented some time ago and are just coming through to completion with Shard Place now, whereas the St Thomas Street buildings are a more recent addition following a great deal of work to coordinate between the developers. So it's not really a commentary on the existence of a cluster or not, just more background information as to how I've seen the area change.
Yeah, okay, because if we want to understand what the Southwark plan, which after all, I mean, it's this year, isn't it? The Southwark plan is up to date. If we want to understand what the Southwark plan makes of this question, then we go to the tall building policy, which is P17 of the Southwark plan at page 133, page 133, and it's in the reasons passage item 7 on page 134. Page 134. We've seen all of this already at the inquiry, and doubtless we'll see it loads more times, but we're told that in paragraph 7, bottom of page 134, there's reference to riverfront areas. And then we're told about London Bridge, providing an established height for tall building clusters set back from the river. Then we are told that all includes Guy's Hospital Tower. London Bridge Place is the News Building, is it?
Yeah, I think that's what we agreed last week.
We agreed that the other day, didn't we? The News Building. So Guy's News Building and the Shard. Then we're told about the Shard being a pinnacle within the existing cluster. And then we're told that this has redefined the skyline there, making London Bridge a focus for new tall building development. So, I mean, certainly as I read the plan, but I just want to check this with you, the plan is imagining, isn't it, or putting forward that there is a cluster, not a number of clusters of tall buildings along this street, St Thomas Street.
Yeah, I don't want to cover too much ground that was covered by Ms. Adams in evidence last week, but I think I've set out the position in my proof that having reviewed this, CABE were of the impression that this wasn't a cluster in the sense that others might manifest themselves in London. Yeah,
well, that's all very interesting. God bless CABE. I mean, I'm talking about the development plan, and however important or unimportant CABE might be, they are not pronounced as a planning policy, whereas the Southwark plan is. And the Southwark plan, whatever CABE might think, certainly considers there is a cluster here with a pinnacle, and the pinnacle is the Shard. I mean, let's be sensible about this, Mr. Glasgow, please. The plan sees there being a cluster along St Thomas Street with the Shard as its pinnacle. There's no getting away from it, Mr. Glasgow.
Well, the plan makes no reference to St Thomas Street. I think there was a question last week as to...
Buildings are listed: Guy's Hospital Tower, London Bridge Place, the Shard, a focus for new tall building. We know that the plan itself then allocates those three sites and some others along St Thomas Street for potentially for tall buildings. So please, the plan speaks of a cluster, and it speaks of a cluster here, doesn't it, Mr. Glasgow? That's not be silly.
I would just reinforce the point that the plan speaks of clusters, but it doesn't give any suggestion as to how they would be delineated or what they contain or what they don't.
There are 2 points that you made arising from the CABE correspondence. One, is there a cluster here at all? Let's not be silly. And number 2, is this site within the cluster? 2 different points. You know, if you had a tall building on the site, would it be within that cluster? Point number 1, please, let's be sensible. Come on. There's a cluster of tall buildings which is being added to by the consents which have been granted, isn't there? If that's not a cluster, what is it? Random collection of, you know, tall buildings that just happen to be half a minute the one from the other, or even less in some cases. It's a cluster.
Well, I don't think it's universally identified as such, and I think the CABE response is, you know, a clear show of that.
Right, okay. What about the Southwark plan? Does the Southwark plan, as I suggest to you, clearly imagine that there is a cluster of tall buildings with the Shard as a pinnacle, as the pinnacle, forgive me, or a new pinnacle even? Here we are, look, a new pinnacle. Gosh, look at that sentence in paragraph 7. Even I should read this stuff again sometimes. The Shard stands at 309.6 metres, has formed a new pinnacle within the existing cluster of tall buildings around London Bridge Station and Guy's Hospital. Come on.
Yes, I accept that point 7 in the reasons there says that.
Yes.
My point is, one, that I think we covered this issue with Miss Adams in her evidence last week in the context of Townscape impacts, and I don't want to necessarily revisit that. And the second is just that, as I've said on a couple of occasions now, this issue was discussed with CABE, who are an authority on this matter, and they were quite clear that they didn't consider this collection of buildings to constitute a cluster.
Yes, but what's the plan thing? I don't know why I'm having to labour this point. It's staring us in the face. What's the plan thing?
Yeah, I believe I've answered that question now, that the plan acknowledges a cluster that doesn't delineate or define the extent to which it extends.
We know that, which is why we're having this surreal debate as to whether if you put a tall building on our site closer to the Shard than, for example, the most easternmost building, we're within the same cluster. But we've done all of that with Miss Adams the other day, so we're not going to go back to that. Right. So now what I want to do, please, is just work through the heritage policies and their interplay with tall buildings, because we know the Southwark plans, sees this area as a focus for new tall building development. So we've got to work out, well, how do you reconcile that with heritage policies in the plan? I'm going to label this part of my questioning the cluster conundrum. How about that? The cluster conundrum. So we're going to start, please, with what the London plan tells us about heritage. Then we're going to go to the Southwark plan, and then we're going to try and draw everything together. All right, so we're going to plot our way along through these policies. So we're going back to the extremely user-friendly London plan. Now we're going to start, please, with policy HC1, which is on PDF, original page 279, 294 in the PDF. Tell me when you're there, Mr. Townscape.
HC1?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Heritage conservation and growth. So this, I think, in the London plan is the overall heritage policy. There's a separate one for the World Heritage Sites, which we're going to come to. So HC1 is the overall heritage policy, if I can say the word. And at item C, development proposals affecting heritage assets and their settings should conserve their significance by being sympathetic and so on and so forth. And then in the last sentence of C, development proposals should avoid harm. So this seems to be a policy or a part of a policy which is saying, generally, it's not just talking about tall buildings, obviously, but if you affect a heritage asset, one really should be conserving it, which I think here means not harming it. That's the gist of the policy, isn't it?
Yes, I agree with that. Yes.
Don't do harm.
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to roll all of these into a question once we've collected them all together. So, because we've got to make sense of the plan read as a whole, do you see? So don't do harm. It's a general policy in the London plan. There's a specific World Heritage policy at HC2 in the London plan, page 288. Sorry, original 288, forgive me. HC2.
302.
Bear with me.
303.
303. PDF 303. And the specific World Heritage Site policy in the London Plan, it's item B, development proposals in World Heritage Sites and their settings, including any buffer zones, should conserve, promote and enhance our outstanding universal value, and they shouldn't, at the end of the passage, compromise the ability to appreciate the outstanding universal value, OUV. So here, for World Heritage Sites, we've got a, not only have we got a don't do harm, we've got a don't do harm and enhance criterion, haven't we? Yeah?
Yes, we do.
Okay. So that's the London plan. Let's look at what the Southwark plan has to say about all of this. This is going to be easier because the pagination is so much easier. So I'm going to start in the Southwark plan at page 138 with policy P19. P19, page 138. And this is for the listed building policy in the Southwark plan. Item 1, development relating to listed building structures and their settings will only be permitted if it conserves or enhances, so it doesn't harm or enhances, yeah? That's the criterion there.
Yes.
Then over the page, at page 140, we've got a conservation area policy, P20, and it's in similar vein in item 1, only grant if you preserve or enhance, so don't harm or make better. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And then at P24 for World Heritage Sites, that's at page 149, we've got a only permit where significance of the OUV, etc., sustained and enhanced. So an echo of the London plan, I suppose.
Yes.
Okay. So make things better. So one pauses there and thinks, okay, so if I've got a tall building, it may very well be that a tall building in a heritage-rich area like this, generally Southwark, the area where tall buildings are seen as being appropriate in principle, may very well have implications for heritage. You know, tall buildings are tall, after all. And yet we've collected together all of these policies which have said all these things that we've just seen. And so we need to think to ourselves, well, how do we square that circle? And I wonder whether we could go in the Southwark plan back to P17, which is the tall building policy. And I'm so sorry, it's my fault, page 133, sorry. So P17, tall buildings, so bang on the money, so to speak, for our appeals. We know that there's an area, item 1, an area where we expect tall buildings, shown on the map in figure 4, just pausing, we all know the site is within that area, isn't it? Yes.
Yes.
Good. And we're told typically within major town centres, opportunity areas, in the central activity zone. And then it says about individual sites, and I'm going to look at those with you shortly. Then we've got a series of things that tall buildings must do. And then at item 3, this is what I'm, sub 3, do you see the design of tall buildings will be required too? And it's item, it's item 2 of number 3, if this is, you know, if we haven't all gone completely crazy by now. It's a bit that starts conserve and enhance. Do you see that there?
Yes, I can see that.
Conserve and enhance. So tall buildings are to conserve and enhance the significance of designated heritage assets and make a positive contribution to wider townscape character. It's the heritage bit I'm focusing on here, Mr. Glasgow. Conserve and enhance. So don't make things worse, make them better. And then we find this, because, you know, the reader might think, well, how on earth does a tall building make the outstanding universal value of the Tower of London any better, for example? So then we're told this: where proposals will affect the significance of a designated asset, and then the parenthesis tells you how that might happen, clear and convincing justification in the form of public benefits will be required. Now, can we unpack this? Where proposals will affect the significance, it means, doesn't it, harmfully? Because you don't need clear and convincing justification to make things better, do you, Mr. Glasgow?
No, I'd agree with that. It's a reference to harm.
So where proposals will harm the significance of a designated asset, clear and convincing justification in the form of public benefits will be required. So all roads, having walked together metaphorically, and having looked at all of these policies, scary policies, you know, you've got to not harm heritage, you've got to actually make some of the heritage better. When we get to the tall buildings policy, we find that this all culminates in saying, but if you do cause harm, that's to be clearly and convincingly justified by public benefits, which in other words, for less than substantial harm, is NPPF 202. Have we squared the circle, Mr. Glasgow, in the plan?
I think we have. I think in getting there, in squaring that circle, it's obviously worth emphasising how long that road is, given the number of assets affected by this proposal. And as you rightly pointed out, the high bar that is established in policy around not just conserving but also enhancing the setting of these assets. And of course, Dr. Barker Mills spoke eloquently about those issues last week.
He did, and you never know. Mr. Stewart, God bless him, might speak eloquently about those matters from our side of the equation, because we're only part way through the story, the narrative at the moment. So, but can we just come back to that? In a way, my very point is to just take yours and just analyse it, because to say to me, yes, but the road is long and, you know, it's made up with all sorts of policies which say conserve, which say conserve and enhance, which say conserve or enhance, which say preserve or enhance, is all very well. But when you think to yourself, well, what does one do with a tall building which, by definition, is inevitably going to have some impact somewhere along the line? Well, the plan tells us. It's not a silly plan. It's thought of this one, and it tells us what the answer. Oh, hello.
Go ahead.
Is that Alexa or whatever? It tells us what to do. I must admit, I'm beginning to be past caring, to be honest, but the plan tells us what to do, how to resolve this conundrum, if you like. Tall buildings. I mean, for heaven's sake, all these tall buildings here have had an effect on heritage. You know, what do? Well, you square the circle by saying, tot up all the harms, whatever they might be, and you will need clear and convincing justification in the form of public benefits to overcome them. That's how the plan squares the circle, isn't it?
Yes, it does, but I think we just need to be very careful not to make it a sort of arithmetic exercise where we do top these things up. Because one of the points that I've tried to sort of highlight in my proof is that these policies have been arrived at having reflected on how effective the previous set of policies were in delivering the stated outcomes of the plan. Clearly, they present a very detailed and rigorous framework in which to now consider the impacts on heritage assets and tall buildings markedly different to the policy that preceded them.
Well, let's just accept that that's correct for the moment. Even so, or despite that, where we end up with is recognising the importance of the assets, working out how much harm is caused, if any, etc., etc. Where do we go to? You need clear and convincing justification in the form of public benefits to get your planning permission. I mean, it's not complicated, Mr. Glasgow.
Well, I would suggest it is quite complicated, but that principle is correct. Yes, I agree with that.
All right, good. Thank you. And then in the very same plan, as we saw in P17 item 1, individual sites where taller buildings may be appropriate have been identified. Well, can we just have a little look at those, please? All in this context of tall buildings, potential impacts on heritage, how do you square the circle? So there's a run of these. Bear with me for the moment. The first is NSP 52, which is at page 381, my note tells me. Let's just check that. Yes, begins at page 381. But actually, perhaps at 380, we can see that London Bridge sites, and there are 4 of them listed on page 380. So, sorry, forgive me, just to open this at the right page. 380, key development opportunity sites in London Bridge are, and there are 4 of them. And the first is NSP 52, which is at page 381. Should we just look at the picture, the plan on page 381? It's Guy's, basically, but it's all of Guy's, if you like, is marked out as the London Bridge Health Cluster. And then over the page, at page 382, we are told in relation to tall buildings. Now remember, Guy's has already got a tall building. So site location approach to tall buildings on page 382, redevelopment of the site could include taller buildings, subject to consideration of impacts on heritage. And then we're told in the next 2 subsections about all the listed buildings and undesignated assets on the site and in the area, and also the conservation areas, because that allocated site is part within the same conservation area as us and part within its setting, but it's also within the setting of the adjacent or very close to the east Bermondsey conservation area. Yeah. Okay. So here is the plan itself, saying, well, in principle, you could have a tall building, another tall building in that guy's estate, but recognising that inevitably there would be implications for heritage in doing that. And that in the overall scheme of things would take us back to that overall policy that we were looking at just now, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would take us back to that position. I guess the key distinction here is that there would be different impacts that would arise from a tall building in this location.
Of course, yeah. Some might say worse, but there you are. Let's not go there. Then at 53, and SP 53 starts at page 384. So this is the... This is the middle of the 3 new buildings that we can see on the left of the model there, is it? I was only there this morning and I just want to remember this.
I think it's the westernmost part of that St Thomas Street group, so I think it captures Council House and Beckett House.
Okay. So you think this site is... Oh, okay. So this site that's shown on page 384 is 2 of those 3, is 2 of the 3, is it?
Yes, I think that's correct.
Yeah, I think you're right, actually. Yeah, I'm looking at the plan. Anyway, so there's the area which is marked out. You can see the conservation area, the other conservation area, so to speak, because our conservation area isn't the only one hereabouts. There's another one which is marked there. And at page 385, approach to tall buildings, comprehensive mixed use could include taller buildings, etc., stepping down west to east and shouldn't detract from the primacy of the Shard. And of course, that site is, this is a 2022 plan, but it's already got 2 consents and at least one of them's on site now.
Both, I believe, yes.
Yeah, both, okay. And again, the heritage implications are recognised in the next 2 passages on page 385, aren't they? So listed buildings and conservation areas all set out there.
Yes.
Exactly. And so for those 2 buildings to have got through the mill, so to speak, there must have been that weighing process that we were talking about earlier on, because of where they are vis-a-vis heritage.
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And then we go to NSP 54, page 387. This is Vinegar Yard, which I'm sure the inspector's seen. very interesting things going on there at Vinegar Yard. It's perhaps it should be kept as it is, but there you are. So we can see that the site is marked out at 387, and although there's a consent, well, there is although there's an approval by the mayor for a tall building on the Vinegar Yard site, I think the Vinegar Yard site is a bit larger still, isn't it? Because there are several Vinegar Yard proposals, aren't there, that are going through the system. One of them has achieved mayoral approval because he took it to himself.
Yes, I think that's right. So again, in the context of the red line boundary on page 387, I think it's the western part of that site,
Exactly.
which has recently been issued by the mayor.
Exactly. So, and there are other proposals, aren't there? As we know from, for example, Mr. Alford's evidence documents all the proposals, the ones that haven't got the seal of approval yet.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Good. Okay. So in the plan, that area is, so that would extend further to the east and indeed further to the south, potentially, wouldn't it, of St. Thomas Street?
You're pointing to the model, but
I am.
are you suggesting there are more buildings in addition to ones presented there?
Just because I've got my arm up, for some exercise. But no, I mean, we know that there are further proposals, as you've just agreed, and they are further to the east than the one which is shown on the model there, because that's the one that the mayor's approved. Do you see?
Yes, quite right.
Further to the east, and indeed further to the south, as you turn the corner.
Yes,
I'm
not greatly familiar with that proposal, but from my understanding, yes, it's at the eastern end of that red line boundary.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So thank you. Then at page 388, again, approach to tall buildings at the bottom of the page. Similar points, perhaps exactly the same points as earlier on. Could include taller buildings. Don't detract from the primacy of the shard. And then page 389, again, all the implications for listed buildings and conservation areas and etc. are set out in summary form. So, in other words, the plan itself recognises, doesn't it, forget our sites, but for these sites which it's seen as being appropriate in principle for tall buildings, sites where taller buildings may be appropriate is the exact language. It recognises the I would say inevitable, but it recognises the potential tension between a tall building in this area along St. Thomas Street and heritage assets, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Yes,
exactly.
If I might add, I think these site allocations are quite instructive because you rightly pointed out that the plan does make this general statement that the London Bridge area is suitable for tall buildings. And what these allocations show us is the council's attempt to try and curate that, to sort of steer the distribution.
Say.
Yes.
You say curate.
I say curate.
That's another horrible modern word. Curate. Yes.
Try and make sure that distribution of tall buildings is located away from those assets of greatest sensitivity.
Well, I wonder about that, but anyway, let's pick up that theme while you've got it there. Because curation. I mean, do you mean to imply by that as part of this curation which has gone on through the local plan process, that the council engaged the local plan inspectors through the examination process with some form of analysis of the appeal site, or the western end of St. Thomas Street, if you like, within which the appeal site sits, explaining to the inspectors that the council didn't think that the western end of St. Thomas Street was an appropriate location for a tall building?
No, I think there are 2 points I'd make. One.
So no, they didn't do that.
Well, I think I'll draw out my answer.
Go on.
No, on the first question, I think, as I said earlier on in examination in chief, there was a contention put forward by Mr. Goddard in his proof that the only reason this site hadn't been taken forward as a site allocation was because of the council displaying a misunderstanding around the ownership situation. I think in my response to that, as expanded on by Mr. Philpott, I was clear that the council had considered a wider variety of comments put forward by the appellant around the suitability of this site as a site allocation and other elements of the local plan.
Right.
And it said, having looked at those issues in more detail, they were satisfied that one, it didn't need to be a site allocation, and two, any future redevelopment could adequately be understood and assessed within the context of the development plan policies. So
Right.
that's just one point on this site specifically, but
That's the question, by the way. Yeah.
yes, but I think your question, correct me if I'm wrong, is about the extent to which the council has done analysis to understand the suitability of tall buildings.
No. That wasn't the question at all. The question was about engagement with the local planning inspectors. That's to say, to what extent were the local planning inspectors, because there were more than one, I think, weren't there?
There were two,
Yeah.
yes.
So to what extent the local planning inspectors have anything from the council suggesting that the western end of St Thomas Street and or the appeal site is not an appropriate location for a tall building? That's my quest. So let me just take you through the documents, if I may, and we'll see where we get to. So in your longish answer, I'm not complaining, but in your longish answer, you refer to Mr. Goddard's rebuttal. And in turn, he refers to the document that was before the inspectors, the local plan inspectors. It's core document E09. So we just need to get that open. And if we look at the front cover of it, once we've got it, it is the new Southwark plan. So, document that's now been adopted. Site allocations and methodology report update 2021. All right. So this is the last statement that we could find anyway. So if you go to, I want page 5 in the document. Is that page 5 in the paragraph section 2? Yes, page 5 on the PDF, thank heavens. For one fleeting reference, paragraph 2.4, appendix 1 contains all sites considered in previous iterations of the plan. So that's everything leading up to the date of this report, and the reasons for omission from the plan. So what sites have we looked at and why are these sites not in the plan? Appendix number 1 starts at a page which in the original document doesn't have a page number, but appears, I think, to be page 73, because it's immediately after 72. So page 73, appendix 1.
I know the reference that's been made. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you had a hard
No,
copy.
it's quite all right. I have got a hard copy, but I know the point that you're alluding to.
Okay, but if you're happy or content for me to truck along, bear with me. I'm just numbering the pages because it's one of those documents that decided after its 72 pages it had enough of paginating. So page 80 in the PDF. Page 80 in the PDF, I think, is where at the top of the page you have T28 Half Moon Lane. Yeah. So 3 up from the anti-pre-penultimate. Anyway, three up from the bottom of page 80 is our site, New City Court, and it says beside it, Mr. Glasgow, I read it all out aloud. It's not that much. The site is a fragmented mixture of buildings likely to be in multiple ownership and unlikely to come forward as a whole. Redevelopment could be achieved under other new Southwark plan policies. So that was the explanation given in this document as to why the site had not been allocated. Forget for tall buildings, why it hadn't been allocated for anything. Fragmented mixture of buildings, multiple ownership, unlikely to come forward as a whole. Now, that's where we'd got to in our research. Is there anything else that the local plan inspectors had, not work that the council did, but that the local plan inspectors had, in which the council did a finer grain analysis, if you like, of the appeal site or the western end of St Thomas Street, or however one wants to look at it, vis-a-vis the suitability of the site and or the western end of St Thomas Street potentially for tall buildings?
Yes, as I understand it.
That the local plan inspectors have.
That the local plan inspectors
Is that
have,
in
yes.
the core documents?
It's not, I think, as Mr. Philpott outlined earlier on. We've had regard to the sort of fuller correspondence between the appellant and their engagement with the local plan process. And Well, we haven't advanced that as an inquiry document. This should be information which is in your client's gift to provide, given that they provided the comments. And I think, can I just go back to your question, sorry, about the information put before the land inspectors? They would have had access to a consultation report as a key part of that examination, which, as I understand it, would have summarised all the consultation responses submitted as part of the local plan process, and how that influenced the plan presented for examination. And I can be confident that is the case because, in my capacity working as Southwark, I was once the author of one such plans before an examination in public.
Yeah.
And so, as far as my understanding goes, both local plan inspectors would have had access to the full correspondence that I referred to in examination in chief, and the wider commentary from the council on the points put forward by your client.
Is there some particular document title? Sorry, because you say it's in our gift. I mean, believe it or not, I haven't just asked these questions off the top of my head because I personally have no idea what the answer to them is. And we weren't aware. That's why I'm asking you the questions. We weren't aware of this. Now, if it's something that we've overlooked, then that's fine. That's that's something that we've overlooked, and of course we should the record should be corrected. But is there some particular document that you can just draw to our attention? I mean, I haven't seen it myself, so I'd like to see it if it exists. Well, forgive me. I'd like to see whatever it is that you're referring to. So, what is this thing called?
The particular point I was referring to is the point you've raised around fragmented ownership was first put forward by the council in 2017.
Yes, and the repeated in 2021.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes.
And the points I'm referring to were in relation to more detailed comments submitted by your client in 2018. And I've seen a summary of those those comments, which I imagine would be in the consultation report presented as part of the examination in public.
I tell you what we should do, to be honest, is I think either you flying solo or later on, you with Mr. Goddard, I think we better just find out what this document is, because I don't want the inspector to be misled. If there's some document which was before the examination inspectors, that's my test, not something which was internal, if you like, not something which related to these applications, but something that the inspectors had. I'd like to see it. I'm not doubting what you're saying at the moment. I'm just wondering what this thing is. So I'd like to see that. And I don't know whether the lunch break would be. I think we better just park this point, to be honest, and I'll just have to come back to it whenever. But I mean, have you actually seen the document yourself?
I've seen an excerpt from the document.
All right. Okay. Well, we need to do a proper job on this, to be quite frank, because I'd like to see it in its context, if you like. So
I'm quite happy to find out from my clients if we can find anything out behind the scenes. And it seems to me that
it's a matter of fact.
Yeah, whatever it is, we should be able to establish it as a matter of factual common ground with it. And if either party wants it before you, it should go in. I'm quite relaxed about that.
I'm sure.
Outside.
Yeah, it's a point that's come up, with the oral evidence in chief. So you'll understand I was working on the basis of the evidence in our rebuttal, Mr. Goddard's rebuttal. So that's why I'm exploring this. I just would like to get to the bottom of it, really. Okay, well, look, what we have to do is we'll carry on, and then somehow we'll find out what this document is between you and Mr. Goddard. You can identify what this document is, and or the council can supply it to us, and we'll take it from there. All right, good. Let's move on. Let us assume, for the sake of moving on, that the local plan inspectors did indeed have a document which set out the council's analysis of the site on the one hand and its appropriateness or otherwise for tall buildings in response to whatever it is that the appellants had submitted to the examination process, because that's the way you explained it just now. Let's just work on that basis. Okay. That then, with respect in terms of how the plan works, doesn't really take us that much further forward, does it? Because the way the plan works is, by which I mean a combination of the London plan and the Southwark plan, is that if you're on a site which is within the general area where tall buildings may be appropriate, the fact that you're not allocated per se doesn't end the debate, because one then applies the criteria in the tall buildings policies one in the London plan and the other in the Southwark plan, to the application in hand, doesn't one?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, okay, good. Thank you very much indeed. Right, let's move on if we may. Good. Right, I want to move next to looking at particular. I just want to check my notes. Sorry. All of that. So let's turn the page to the subject of the weighing process and public benefits and so on and so forth. And obviously, in that ultimate weighing process, one would factor in whatever harms have been found, not your evidence, the evidence of others on your side of the room, and whatever breaches of planning policy spring from those harms. And obviously, very importantly, it isn't just the presence of harm, is it? It's the degree of harm, because in a weighing process, you've got to understand how extensive the harm is in degree terms before you then weigh it against whatever it is and you've got on the other side of the equation.
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay. And self-evidently, but just for the record, the weighing process that you've carried out, I'm not criticising you for this, the weighing process you've carried out obviously puts into the weighing scales the degree of harm which your colleague witnesses have ascribed to the two appeal proposals, obviously.
Yes, that's correct. I've drawn primarily from the evidence put forward by Dr. Parker Mills and Ms. Adams, as well as other contributors to the planning process.
Yes, but on the harm side of the equation, I mean, the mainstays are heritage and townscape. Also, you've made the point about the lights that we discussed earlier on. And you've made points about the servicing situation for the 2018 proposal, not a reason for refusal, but you consider it to be a harm that goes into the weighing scales. Fine. So in other words, the upshot of all of that is that, for example, again, I'm not criticising you, but were the inspector to conclude, and the Secretary of State to agree with her, that your colleague witnesses have overstated the degree of harm, you know, whether it's heritage and townscape, or whether it's one or other of those, or overstated the degree of harm to a particular asset here and a particular asset there, then the weighing process in your evidence, well, wouldn't be pertinent to those findings, would it? Because if the level of harm comes down, then that's not an exercise that you've carried out in your proof, is it?
No, it's not. I've not sought to speculate on whether a different level of harm is attributable.
Okay, that's fine. So we just need to bear that in mind. Right, let's look at the benefit side of the equation. So this is your section 8 of your proof. So it's pages 84 through to 88. We might have those pages open. I think what I'd like to do to be 84, beginning at 84 through to 88. So I think what I'd like to do is just ask you some introductory questions, and I think before we work our way through each benefit in turn, we'll probably have our lunch break, because if I start on each benefit, then there'd be no logical point to stop, if you like. So what I want to do first of all is to just work out the scale that you've used to give weight to these harms, so these benefits even. And I think from looking at the way in which you give weight to each of the benefits in turn, these are the words which I gathered from your proof. So you might want to scribble these down. The lowest end weight that you give is very limited, then limited, then moderate, then significant, and I don't think you gave above that. do you? I don't think you've got any very significance. But if we were to look at this, moderate presumably is in the middle, must be, assuming.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so you've got 2 steps on one side of it, very limited, limited. I think in any sensible scale, you'd have 2 steps to the other side of it, significant, and I assume therefore very significant would be the other 2 sides. Yeah.
Yes,
Is that a
correct.
fair range for you?
It is, yeah. It's a relatively straightforward range, but I think one that helps to articulate the way as I described.
I'm all for it. Mr. Goddard, God bless him, has got something similar but slightly different language. He's got, you might want to jot these down because we're going to have to compare side by side here. Negligible, limited, moderate, substantial, very substantial. He's got a 5-point scale, and as we've just seen, we can work out a 5-point scale for you as well. And I think we can read across, to be honest. I mean, his in the middle is moderate, yours is moderate, and on either side he's got slightly different language, but I think you're both describing similar types of weights, if you like, in those steps.
Yeah, that seems reasonable to me.
Seems reasonable, good. Now then, your overall judgment for all the benefits added together is at page 90, and overall at paragraph 9.7 you say overall ... I find that the range of public benefits is modest. Now, if we were to just apply your semantic scale, if you like, to the overall position, because I want to know at the beginning where we're going to end up in your book, so to speak. If we think about from very limited through to very significant, adding all of the benefits as you see them together, you know, some of the parts is greater than the individual. So where do we get to? Because modest, if you like, doesn't quite tell me the answer.
No.
Good.
Well, I think, as you'll see, and we'll talk more about this after lunch, I'm sure. I've gone through it thematically and tried to understand the level of benefit to ascribe to each theme, I suppose.
Yeah.
So, as we talked about earlier, that's considering a range of contextual factors, compliance with the plan, other things that I think are pertinent to the assessment. And so I think you can see there the consensus or difference between my own weighting and Mr. Goddard's. I think in drawing those things together, we've touched on this elsewhere in my responses this morning, I've tried to have regard to the extent to which these benefits are unique to the scheme and delivering something particularly valuable or symptomatic of a typical office development in the borough. And I think that's perhaps where the word modest comes in. I don't see a great deal from this scheme which is special and justifies the harms that have been identified.
Do you remember my question?
I think you were asking.
What is so in that scale, very limited, moderate, significant, very significant. So that 5-point scale, all I want to know is, I know what you've done with each benefit, but I don't know what you've done when you add them all up together in your book. So if we use your 5-point scale, where is the accumulation of all the benefits as you see it, please? What's the proverbial bottom line as you see it when you add them all up? Because that's ultimately what counts, the cumulative weight of all these things. That's what I want to know. What is it?
Well, I haven't expressed it in those terms.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm asking you the question, Mr. Townscape. You want to do it at the end after we've been through each in turn? Would that help?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, let's do that, because I'm a very kind chap, so we'll do it that way round. Right, so the other point of approach I wanted to ask you about, please, is indeed this generic, versus special and unique point that you made. And you said in chief, well, look, some of these benefits are generic. You'd expect them from any office development. whereas some of the harms are special and unique. And it sounds to me like you might have been mixing apples and pears there. So I just want to see whether we can get this sorted out. Have you got the framework there, please? The NPPF, which is DO1. Then I want paragraph 202, which is on page 57 of the original document. And it's still on page 57 of the PDF. All right, so we know we're dealing here with a case, even if on Mr. Stewart's assessment, if you like, where there's some less than substantial harm to designated heritage assets. So we're told in 202, where a development proposal, so the thing that you're looking at, two schemes here, would lead to less than substantial harm, this harm, so that's the harm the development proposal causes, should be weighed against the public benefits of the proposal, including where appropriate, something that we don't need to worry about. So again, this isn't complicated, it's not rocket science. The process in the framework is a blindingly obvious process. If a proposal would cause harm, you look at the harm the proposal would cause and you weigh it against the benefit of the proposal. You don't cheat the proposal out of its benefits because you might get them from some other office scheme somewhere else. Because if you do that, you're not putting everything into the weighing scales. Do you see, Mr. Glasgow?
I understand the point you're making, but I'm not sure that's the process that I followed.
Fine, but you take the point that in looking at the benefits, you're to put them all into the weighing scales, all the things that the proposal would bring, all the good things the proposal would bring, to weigh them against all the whatever the bad things are the proposal would do. That's the process you've got to follow.
Quite, but then
Yes.
in understanding how much weight to put in those issues, I think what I was alluding to is the process I've been through to try and understand the nature of these benefits in their context.
But that's a bit, you see, the problem with that is to say, if I might, Mr. Glasgow, the problem of saying, well, look, some of these benefits, I mean, they're not all generic in your using your approach, but we'll come to that after lunch. But, you know, quite a few of these benefits are generic, in inverted commas, in the sense that, you know, some other office scheme, you know, if it puts more office floor space on a site than is there at the moment, it's going to increase the amount of office floor space. So that, you know, that's generic in your book. And that leads you to sort of discount the weight that you give to the benefits of the proposal in doing that. And you then compare that against the very specific harms that the proposal itself would cause. And you give full weight to those very specific harms. I mean, for example, without asking yourself, well, wait a minute, wouldn't a tall building in the area anywhere here cause some harm to heritage, for example? So you can't really do this, Mr. Glasgow. You've got to either focus on what the proposal would do for good and for bad. You can't then say, well, I'm giving less weight to this and more weight to that in the way in which you've done it, because you are moving away from the proposal itself. Do you not see, Mr. Glasgow?
No, I don't agree with that point. I think, you know, my contention would be that, you know, going back to basic principles, you assess every scheme on its merits, and you have to think about what a site is bringing to the equation based on the merits of that scheme and an understanding of its context. I think that's the point that I've tried to reinforce throughout my proof.
It does seem a bit rum, though, Mr. Glasgow, to use an old-fashioned expression. It seems a bit odd to say, well, I'm going to talk about the very particular harms of this proposal and not in any way ask myself the question, well, wait a minute, wouldn't any tall building, you know, here or hereabouts cause, for example, harm to heritage? I mean, all the ones that have been fitted have caused harm to heritage. You know, wouldn't any tall building cause harm? Isn't there a generic point on the harm side of the equation? Do you see? Because what you've done is you've gone, what was your word? Special harm for a hard tall building on the harm side of the equation, and the benefits are generic. Well, some of the harms are generic as well in that way of looking at things, because you can't have a tall building in this area without causing some harm to heritage. But you haven't thought about that at all, Mr. Glasgow. Do you see?
Well, I suppose there are 2 points, really. One is that obviously we have to look at the scheme in front of us rather than speculating about what different compositions in different locations might have done for the assessment of harm. I think to an extent, it's right that any tall building in this location is going to have an interaction with heritage assets, including the conservation areas and listed buildings, potentially the outstanding universal value of the World Heritage Site. And we did touch on that a little bit in the evidence last week. But the scale and nature of their harms would be very different across the London Bridge area.
It's going to vary from proposal to proposal, isn't it, with respect? So safe ground is to look at the good things and the bad things of the particular proposal. But anyway, there you are. I then want to stop there, I think, for lunch, because we're going to work our way through the individual benefits and talk about each in turn. All right, so that would be a convenient moment, ma'am, to pause for lunch.
Okay, thank you. So we'll reconvene at So that's going great. Can't really do anything until
Sure, I can carry on his stead. Try. I'm not sure he does come to the last episode.
I did see him. He was here.
Yeah, no, I have seen him.
Yeah, he probably, yeah, it's
Well, I
not
guess.
on him too much.
Presumably not.
Wait. Welcome back. Okay, we're
Sorry,
no, it's fine.
multitasking, which is very bad idea.
I'll refrain from making the obvious.
Yes. Absolutely.
I know there's been a
Stand on your head and write a report.
I know there's been a flurry of activity and documents, I think, over the lunch that the programmes we've got. We'll pick those up
Right.
afterwards.
They all pass me by.
Fine. So, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, if you want to.
I will, but before I just have been asked to, none of us on, by some sides of the room want to upset you anyway. So, no, apparently you had asked for the final set of conditions by noon midweek, which would assume was tomorrow, Wednesday.
Yeah.
So, without going into any of the details as to how this has happened, well, I know the details as to how this happened, but I'm advised that Thursday is more realistic because of the state of play. Collectively, we hope that that's all.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Obviously, I set tomorrow when we were originally having Thursday as day off, so to speak. So no, Thursday's not with me. I was going to just pick that up later. So you need to check.
Great. Oh, good. Actually, ahead of you. Sorry. the only time. Okay, that's great. Good. Thank you very much indeed. Well, we're not too many more points now. So I think before we launch into the first topic I wanted to ask you about under the heading of benefits, there is a corner that I want us to dip into, so we might as well have it open, which is the GLA's report on the 2018 scheme, which is GO2, and just going to check out what the section begins at paragraph 18, which in the original document, page 6. So let's just see.
Okay.
Page 8.
Okay.
And you've got an original copy there, or a hard copy, sorry.
I have, yes.
Okay, so that's page 6. You've got this just we're not going to come to it straight away. I just wanted to stop the figuring around with all the documents partway through a question. Okay, so let's start these. We're going to work through the benefits. We're going to see how much weight you've given to the benefits individually. There are a few of them, not too many, where I just want to pause and ask you some questions. So I want to do a side by side, very using Mr. Goddard, as to where your weightings are. So, types these are, and then we'll eventually get to the bottom line, so to speak. So, if we've got your proof, please. Do you remember I said section 8 starts at page 34? And if we just look at the headings, please, you on page 84, your first heading above 8.3 is land use and employment benefits. So that's the
that is the increase in office floor space in particular that you're discussing here. And at 8.5, you give that moderate weight. So we just pause moderate weight for that. Now, Mr. Goddard, just for the sake of doing this comparison so that we expect to see where this is all, how this is all tracking, his equivalent is one step above you. He's got substantial scale, I suppose, you're moderate. So you're one step here, or he's one step here. And then for affordable workspace at 8.6, don't worry about the detail, but at 8.6 for affordable workspace, you've got significant weight, and Mr. Goddard has gone a step higher than you because it's very substantial for the workspace. So you've got a little benefit, and you've got a significant. And we've got the jobs themselves, which is on page 85. This is the uplifting jobs, if you give that a moderate weight. Whereas he's got substantial weight. So we can see on this tracking, if you like, that on each occasion you're one step lower than he is, or he's one step higher. That's where we are in the grade scheme. So far, it's not dramatic departure between the two of you. So can we just explore some of these points together, please? So if we can just start with where we were now, actually the job, moderate weight, so clearing benefits, etc., etc. So we'll know from the work that's before the inquiry, we need to check Mr. Carter's evidence we can. For the 2018 scheme, the increase, the uplift in full-time equivalent FTE jobs is 2,160. It's now 2,160. And for 2021, it's 3,010. And so just trying to think to oneself, well, what does that mean in the great scheme of things? How can we get a handle like this? Do you remember a long time ago, I said, don't forget that bit of policy ST1 that talks about the number of jobs. And say, you don't need to look it up again, but the note is policy ST1 on page 45. You remember it had a planned period. It had a target of, sort of measure at least, a target of 10,000 jobs for the opportunity area within which the site sits, 10,000 jobs. Now, to put this into context, that's the opportunity area. We are a single site within a much larger whole. Especially larger one. Now have a flag and display the document showing the size of the opportunity area. So in other words, on this single site, we are just shy of 22% in the 2018 scheme, or 30% in the 2021 scheme. Of the number of jobs for the entire current period for this opportunity area. But that seems to me to be a pretty major contribution to that target, just off the single site. What do you say?
I mean, it is. I would probably say the council's a little bit conservative in the number of jobs it might expect to come from the opportunity area over the planned period. Well, I'm not disputing that job is fundamentally a good thing. Something that the plan would encourage you. I suppose I would just say that the number of jobs going forward for a scheme is largely a function of floor space.
Did you say that?
Yes.
Yes.
But the schemes on the same street that have consent being delivered, which doing something very similar. So, yes, if you took this site in the yard, your house, you would almost have the entire target of the unproven living on one street.
Good. Sounds good to me, but my point is engaging the weight to be given to this proposal or these proposals, to the contribution. It's not a bad way of measuring to ask oneself, well, how does this relate to a target we do have in the plan recently adopted for the opportunity area, 22% or 30%, I think we did it, but we didn't do this. It's very major contributions, obviously. Major.
It's making a sizable contribution towards that 10,000 target.
Major. It is. I mean, getting on for a quarter, 22% or 30%. Let me not exaggerate it. Like one site.
Yeah, so I think you're right relative to that target.
Yeah,
this is making a major contribution.
All right. And in terms of the increase in office floor space on the site, if we go to the GLA's report, I asked you to have, do you remember that we've got a PDF page 8, original page 6, paragraph 18, principal development, just looking together. By the way, the same words are used in the 2021 report, same words are used in the 2021 report. That's not going to show you here. So, sites and office use, location in the CAS, falls with the opportunity area, as well as the town centre. Comparison to an existing proposed floor space by land use set out below. There's a table here, slightly different table in the 2021 report. And then with that in mind, they then, that's original page 8, so PDF page 10. They come to a conclusion at paragraph 27. And they say at paragraph 27 that the principle of office-led mixed use with the CAS and the opportunity area town centre comprising a significant quantitative increase and qualitative enhancement of the office and commercial floor space, etc., is strongly supported. So certainly the GLA, the keepers of the London plan, the custodians of the London plan, they see the increase both numerically and qualitatively as being significant. As I say,
yes, that's correct. Yeah,
and then they roll that into the overall assessment. That's going to be one. That paragraph 59. Paragraph 59, which is on the original page 15. So maybe page 17. Yes, maybe, yeah, page 17. Thank you. They then rolled everything together in 59. GLA officers consider non-heritage related public benefits to be substantial would include the last one in the list is the increase in commercial floor space, etc., the uplift in jobs. So, I mean, certainly they see that significant quantitative and qualitative increases as feeding into an overall assessment which they regard as being a set of substantial public benefits. That's the strategic plan views.
yes, it is.
Yeah. And if you wanted to check, they say the same things. Okay, and that sort of should and does shed some light on how much weight one should give to these benefits. I appreciate what you've written in your proof, but the fact that the strategic planning authority sees them in that way. It is certainly it's relevant to the material, and secondly, it's a significant point, isn't it? That's their approach to explain themselves being the custodians of the London plan.
I think it's a relevant consideration. I don't consider it binding.
Nothing's binding in that. That's the nature of the beast. Okay, anyway, good, thank you. And then the affordable workspace. Now, the affordable workspace, there's the quantity, obviously, which is policy compliant, very policy compliant. But I'm just interested in the way in which these two schemes deal with the spaces. It's not like they've been shuffled to, out of sight, out of mind. So in the 2018 scheme, they have the shops floors of the Georgian terrace that floors in Keats House, and they also have floors, the lower floors in the tower itself, for workspace. So qualitatively, they're not being, it's not like the equivalent of housing, but the housing is shutting on site, on the site or something. So here, they're being given, corporate workspaces being given high quality locations. They're going to be the front door of the scheme. And so if you come in up the Jll Terrace, around the floor, 2018 scheme, look around retail, then they've got the up floors, disciplinary Keats House, and then even in the main town, they are going to
Yes, I mean, I'm not doubting this would be a high quality offer. I think the images in various documents that are prepared by HMM show that.
Thank you. And in the 2021 scheme, because there isn't retail ground, they're getting all of the terrace, Jll Terrace, Keats, and still lower floors and main town as well. So same question, same answer.
Yes,
High quality.
yes, I imagine it would be high quality. So that's
Good. Okay. Thank you. And so high quality is it that we've actually got some very specific interest in it. And we can just go to Mr. Goddard's appendix number 7. Goddard's appendix number 7. A letter from King's College. Where they say, we can just get our heads around what their angle is here. Writing confirmed discussions we've had about proposed use of GP, proposed use of all the workspace, by King's College London, or a joint venture between the University and Guy's and St Thomas and NHS Foundation Trust. And they explain the third paragraph on the first page that as part of some wider plans, strong support, they say, the council are growing a hub in the context of the SE1 Innovation District, London's leading centre for life science research and innovation. We plan to develop an internationally significant centre for life science research, which will attract the best small and medium-sized life science start-up businesses. There's the emphasis, start-up businesses, develop their enterprises, etc., etc. And then finally, a question, the fourth paragraph, first page of that letter. We've discussed with you the potential implications of doing design and accommodating the sort of facilities that we need, SMEs need, in order to make the affordable workspace with new support a successful centre of innovation, acceleration, and graduation of life science start-up businesses. Those things are then explained. You've responded by agreeing to incorporate those themes within your specification within the affordable workspace. Once approval has been granted, the same is on this side of the room, but we'll have a different view. We plan to work with you to develop test bits of the fit-out design to accommodate the centre, with an initial focus on our cancer moonshot initiative, under which we would curate a community of cancer treatment startups. From our current discussions, we consider the music for workspace. So it's not just stuff which is coloured on a plan. There's a very real end use for the space in question, as in these discussions which are documented on this letter. And it's a very worthwhile end use, isn't it?
yes, I don't doubt that they're a good tenant for the affordable workspace.
So if we just think about this, and again, the fact that it isn't just an amount of affordable workspace, but it's high quality, being through where B&T schemes, and we have a cancer moonshot initiative, a community of cancer treatment startups wanting the space. And all these things affect, it must vary on the weight you get to sell.
Well, yes, but I would question the extent to which these are secured, the extent to which this evidence is for council and myself in sort of reaching a decision.
I won't worry about myself and the council because it's best to write a report, etc.
We've moved right on rather articulating what level of weight theory that's in this issue in the fund balance, I suppose I should say.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't doubt there would be a good tenant for this space. And the relationship with the university is obviously one that council keen to support, as outlined in this letter, referenced in the site allocation for campus. What I would say is that there's a lot of references here which ultimately depend on the extent of agreements in section 106. It's not clear to me, reading this letter, how aware ACL are of those negotiations or terms which may or may not be agreed, with reference to the specifications that they would anticipate being required if they were to pick up this space. I don't know how closely they follow the draft specifications that we're trying to negotiate and agree about the Section 106 agreement. This point hasn't been put to us through that negotiation. And there are other issues towards the end of this letter around what the rents, lease periods, terms, which ultimately will influence how attractive these spaces are to what workspace occupiers. And we don't know.
Let's hope that Section 106 won't in any way inhibit or preclude cancer moonshot initiative treatment startups being the space that the items of particular interest in the floor to see heights, building rigidity, especially things myself, and chemical, electrical systems and access protocols, whatever those things are, necessarily 106 won't actually have a set of clauses which prevent, preclude, or inhibit these very worthwhile uses coming to the school.
I think the point I'm just trying to draw attention to is that there'll be a limit to how far we go through our negotiations on this agreement to address this.
Because this is where planning stops and if you like, the world outside planning starts.
But I think that comes back to the ways that I feel able to invest in this issue.
Sure. I mean, I know it's not, obviously nothing is signed and sealed, but if you haven't got anything to sign and seal, we'll still be arguing about the mission outcome. But it's a useful indication of direction of travel, isn't it? That my clients talking to people of this significance and caliber about the space, they're actually getting these things in hand as best as they can. Waveforms and mission issues, if possible.
Yes, it's certainly a good step to engage with these sorts of occupiers. It's the sort of message that would come from the council for negotiations on any virtual scheme at this stage.
Excellent. We're the ones who right. Okay, so let's move on. So you can pop the King's College lecture away now. Thank you very much indeed. Along with your economic benefits, let's jump into a later stage in your evidence. We might just note that we're talking about jobs and contributions to the economy, etc., etc. You're also at your page 88, paragraph 8.25, giving moderate weight. So that's the middle of your scale to the various civil payments, etc., etc. So we've got from you moderate to all of the economic aspects, the retail, take the time, you've got very limited big ticket items, you've got moderate weight. So can we then move on to other things, some other benefits, and we can go next to the new entrance to the London Underground station. So aspects that you've heard about this inquiry already. And you touched on this, or you refer to it rather, the rate 15 on pages 86 and 87. 15. And you end up giving this moderate weight. Now this is where you and Mr. Gollard, this is the biggest difference between the two. See, this is the highest weight can, which is very substantial. Now, if we think about your more generic, sort of stuff you expect from anybody, any obviously, this certainly isn't a generic in your using your lexical, using yours. This is not a generic benefit, is it? This is a very site-specific, scheme-specific benefit.
Yes, they got that very much a site-specific issue.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, to be frank, it is. I mean, it's an extremely worthwhile thing to do, isn't it? When you think about how it's got she's got advantage of it, you all know the area well. You think about the idea of taking pressure off, disgorging people from the underground station exit moment onto High Street, that barrier there, barrier, etc. It's a very worthwhile thing, isn't it, to take a very large proportion of that pedestrian traffic and put it, take it away from that, put it through the site in a much safer way. That's a very, very worthwhile to do. Sure.
Well, I suppose that's another big issue. It's the extent to which this intervention is mitigating the impacts of the scheme, or is it delivering a wider public benefit? And I think it's obviously a bit of both. But in reaching my conclusions on the way to contribute to this is that relationship that I'm trying to go on to.
Okay, how have you done that? Because the evidence, a lot of the people in I call it our public realm, and the two schemes are public realm on our site, 2018, 2021. And a heck of a lot of people who would be moving through that public space where you can go to our office and the evidence shows us it's been done this to work out flows of pedestrians and how intense it would be in this area and this area. There'd be an awful lot of use for people who aren't going to our office.
There would be, but I think the evidence in the beats in particular does show downward movement is going to be to your building. And there are some quite instructive images in the evidence of Mr. Alder, which could turn to now, or possibly an opportunity in the future. So it's worth learning a bit more detail.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so let me understand this. So even if you think, I mean, at the moment there are people working on the sites we know. See, thank you, guys. And currently, anyone who arrives at that, gets out of that exit with London Bridge Underground Station, which is Southwark onto High Street. So even if bear in mind that there are already people, even though they'll be going to our office building, our new office building, rather than towns, a big proportion of those numerically would be people who are currently going to our site, but disgorging on High Street. You see? So it's not as straightforward as just saying X will be going to your office building, because we've got to remember that Y number of people are already going to the office building, but they can't walk through the site. They've got to come out on the Underground Station or High Street, go around and call, which can be very congested, etc., etc. So it's not a straightforward approach, is it? Sorry.
No, it's not straightforward. If you look through the transport assessments that have been submitted, the pedestrian landscape assessments have been submitted by Space Syntax, they do point to some quite complicated moving patterns in and around the site, but I think there are a couple of things that are clear and worth mentioning. One is that fundamentally Unity Court opens up onto the main entrance of London Bridge Station.
I didn't hear the first few words, so that's right.
So Unity Court, the front door opens up onto the main entrance to London Bridge Underground Station on St Thomas Street. And if you look at the
Unity Court,
yes, through its front door on St Thomas Street.
the main entrance to the London
Yes,
the existing situation.
the existing situation. It's the through routes between
Oh, I see.
where the use of the shard is and Duke Street on the side.
So if you come out of the site at the moment, if you come out the entrance, leave the site,
Yes.
so you're on St Thomas Street. If you walk east, you've got London Bridge Station, etc.
Yes, so that's the line going through right now. Yes, and if you look at if you look at the TA and if you look at the images in Mr. Alder's proof, that is very much the dominant entrance in terms of movements. The Borough High Street entrance is secondary, but still introducing a large number of people into the surrounding street network. It's by no means as dominant as the other entrances to the station. And I think what the images in Strong's proof particularly summarise quite nicely is that irrespective of this intervention, dominant flows in the area will continue to be up and down, north and south on Borough High Street. So a really modest proportion of people in the existing condition who do the you're talking about, what you've heard back onto St Thomas Street or into King's Head Yard.
The issue with that, though, is that, and obviously London Bridge Station, as we know, is a London station nationally. They're a London content, but business, something like that somewhere. So a very, very busy station. And so you've got a huge volume of people to and fro London Bridge Station. That doesn't mean that relatively limited, whatever you're going to cost us now, proportion of those who are coming out of the exit on Borough High Street. That doesn't mean that the number of people in question is a small number. It's going to be a very large number. A very large number in its own. The fact that it's relatively limited proportional, modest or moderate proportional at the moment you use just now, the greater scheme of things at London Bridge Station overall is all very interesting. It doesn't change the fact that there's a huge number of people who are disgorging out that exit on High Street, does it? The pedestrian barrier straight from.
Yeah, it's a sizable number, and we have this sort of detailed pedestrian comfort analysis for the application documents that tell us about the nature of the conditions on the footways in the existing condition, how that might change over time.
Just go and have a look. But in any event, it's definitely need to overly complicate this at the moment. A large number of people disgorge out onto High Street, pedestrian barrier, etc., etc. And in the future, obviously, permitted, etc., etc. But all of those people, many of them, a lot of them, have the ability to come out through our site, avoiding that stress area, using our public realm to 5 points of exit. That's what this is.
Yes.
So that's it.
So my starting point is that this is a beneficial part of the scheme. It's biological, and it's something that I really find could unlock to an extra scientific shape.
So why are we grudging to just say it's a middling benefit, which is very well? It's comfortable.
Well, I still would consider a moderate benefit to be something balanced in the scheme.
I would value as a benefit, but it's non-generic. It's only something that we're the key to unlock this. If you're ever going to get people out of that station in a safer way, that exit, we're the people who can do that. It's a wall that's not on our side.
Yes, you have to do that because of the demands that your scheme will place on the network that are already struggling to cope. And I think the distinction I'm trying to make is that, yes, this is a benefit, but let's qualify it. It's not going to solve some of the challenges in the area, nor is it your requirement to do so. What the information you've already shows is that irrespective of whether you do this or not, dominant pedestrian flows will continue to be up and down Borough High Street. The scheme wouldn't fundamentally change that. Maybe people who, yes, to use it, because it's some more transit route and struggling with the corner on St Thomas Street in the existing condition. And if you're approaching from south, with the new cut through King's Head Yard, it's a sort of make that awkward journey through the closing out the station. If you're approaching from the north, you go down St Thomas Street. If you're approaching from the east, it's an irrelevance. I'm saying that it is beneficial, no doubt about that. But I don't follow Mr. Goodall's argument that this is exceptional natural benefit, or exceptional benefit.
Because it's so unique. Well, it's just such an unusual thing to be able to do. Anyway, as Hans Scramble just said, because you have to do it, what difference does that make? If one has to do it, it's still a benefit, as you acknowledge. Can't affect the weight of the benefit. Say, well, this is something you've got to do anyway. It doesn't make it any less of a public benefit. The fact that it's arisen because doesn't mean that it's any the less a public benefit.
I'm not sure I quite agree with that.
Okay.
I think, yes, there's a mitigation for a scheme and be able to benefit, definitely. Are these things directly proportional? I think not necessarily. You have to consider the rounds as I've tried to present.
So that suggests to me that you consider as a matter of principle, if something is mitigation, whatever beneficial outcomes arise from that mitigation, you decrease the weight because you've had to do investigation in the first place. So the extra over wider public benefit is somehow less achievement because you've had to mitigate the impact of your own scheme. That doesn't, to me, that doesn't make sense. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not sure that's necessarily the case. It may be the case. I'm not necessarily defending that here. Just saying that the intervention serves a dual purpose. It just mitigating the direct impacts of the scheme whilst there is some benefit.
Yeah, but really though, one of the reasons we gave me another lessening the weight of this benefit was because we had to do it anyway, it's mitigation. So I'm just challenging you. So let's just get it back to these particular proposals here. In fact, if it is a fact, we have to do something to mitigate our impacts. But that mitigation then achieves a wider public benefit. Isn't a reason for decreasing the weight of the public benefit. It doesn't change the public benefit.
No, but I think in trying to answer your question, I talked about pedestrian flows in and around side and
I'm coming to that next. So coming to that next. And again, the fact that, you know, a particular intervention won't solve all the problems in the area, that's all very interesting. But because the flows are so huge, and because the administration is such a station in London, you know, one scheme isn't going to solve the problems, but you can make a worthwhile contribution to solving some of the issues. And that's what you see.
No, I completely agree in that sense. I think a worthwhile contribution is the way in which it gets myself in place.
All right. Thank you very much, Steve. Let's move on. Now then, in your evidence, if we've got I'm just slightly zooming. Sorry, if we just carry on, sorry, forgive me, 816 on your page 87, for the other, the highways improvements, etc., you've got a moderate weight. I think Mr. Goddard's got similar, so you've got a moderate weight, these other section, that's fine. The sustainability, just want to check where we are now with this. So, we, for example, we're committing to the main tower BREEAM outstanding, you know, which is the highest originally the schemes. Progressing is BREEAM expert, which is one below outstanding. So we've decided this is us doing this ourselves. Good job into doing this because of GPER, they want the very highest environmental standards, and so they gave outstanding to towns. Now, you say at 820, in the light of very limited weight sustainability, it's a 2018 scheme, limited weight to those associated with 2021 scheme. So just I'll have that. So very limited is the very, very bottom end. Limited is just what I'm and Mr. God, wait, you do something. So can we just look at this in a few moments' time? So I understand your evidence in chief. I think this is right. You recognise that via the imposition of conditions, all the relevant policy standards and requirements, etc., can be met for both schemes. Sustainability.
I recognise that your clients have the opportunity to address these issues, to try and provide the evidence that's missing from the current planning assessment.
Well, but let's not fall out about whether it's missing. You think it's missing, we don't. But that's your perspective. But even so, condition can only be imposed if it's seen that it's achieved. So if I'm putting forward a condition, that must mean the council acknowledges that these, they are high and exacting standards required by very recent plan. It's very high and exacting standards by these policies, these plans can be achieved. Otherwise, we would be looking at that condition.
Yes, they should be achieved. They should be achieved, which makes it all the more surprising that we unfortunately haven't had the evidence in front of us. To sort of reach different conclusions.
I'm not going to be tempted by that. As far as we're concerned, we don't do it. But you don't think there's enough evidence on the subject, that's fine. That's not what I'm interested in. So you acknowledge all of these standards, policy requirements, and they are exacting, can be met for our both schemes. via the vehicle conditions. That's where you've got to. That's where you've got to.
But yes, but like I said, there's a certain amount of speculation here. From my perspective, from the council's perspective, these are only achieving standards that have been for a rigorous planning process, which has demonstrated that to be the case. But this 2018 scheme in particular has sort of not kept pace with development plan despite being progressed in all sides of its requirements. You know, well, we can go through them bit by bit. I know you are suggesting the evidence is reform, I understand that's the case.
So I'm going to talk across you. I'm not doing it really well, of course. But we're not going to get anywhere with you. Great respect. You say, I'm at the Glasgow, my evidence, me saying, that's common consent, certain agencies are witness. We provide plenty of information on this. Let's not worry about that, because we provided the way of securing our position, which is our conditions. Obviously, you want to talk about conditions unless you think, you know, what's required by the conditions to be achieved. So, with that in mind, that's to say that both schemes are conditions, you know, to meet these exacting quantities, etc. It seems very wrong, very odd to give very limited and limited weight to those sustainability projections.
Well, I don't think that's the case. I will make the point that we look at sort of sustainability is often used as shorthand to describe reductions in carbon emissions. Some of the key requirements of the plan. And right now, the 2018 scheme doesn't meet the council's specified minimums. It go through an evidence in chief some of the elements of sustainability. And fact of the matter is that we just don't have information right now pertaining to issues like carbon, circular economy, all the different things we would expect. And yes, on BREEAM outstanding, this again isn't something you take the evidence through the determination process, it's something that is specified at the time by the client after the appeals were lodged. That is challenging because, in my experience, we often have positions on BREEAM, sustainable homes before that. And the number of times we got to discharge the applications for those conditions, and because of some error in the relation of material or the decision on the procurement process, somewhere in delivering the scheme, those standards weren't met. You know, it's a very common occurrence. So the challenge here with BREEAM outstanding violation, in different circumstances, I think would have increased the weight of the decision, is that what we have is a 1 or 2 page document saying, don't worry, there are some credits we would get to take us BREEAM outstanding. If I contrast that to a couple of the other schemes that we've referenced in the Safe and Common Ground, on Group Loads, Old Church House, and Becking House, they very clearly have BREEAM outstanding as part of their brief from the inception of their products through through the inception of their projects. And through the assessment process, the council will rely on detailed methodology as to how those credits are achieved, how they're influencing design decisions. We just don't have the information in this scheme.
Can I just, again, take a few steps back to Mr. Alford, who's virtually evangelical about positions for his evidence later this week. And he's explained this within his brief, so he doesn't see any issues at all with achieving outstanding. So, can I just pick up on the words that you made, which is, had you, Mr. Glasgow, been satisfied that BREEAM outstanding would be achievable, need later on, that would have justified giving greater weight to this. So how much greater weight? So if the inspector, if she considers what she's heard, particularly Mr. Alford, Mr. Gardner contributes this as well, what she's heard is if she considers it's entirely likely that these buildings will achieve the highest rating you can have, which is outstanding, if that's what the conclusion she reaches. What weight above very limited or limited would you say that would be to?
And I dare to fall back on that evidence of the process of the teacher Townscape. So the 2018 scheme moved from very limited to limited, the 2021 scheme from limited to moderate.
You move them both up to the same to moderate, surely, in your book. Because, the 2018 scheme was a catch-up,
catch up. But let's assume that the inspector, if she does, if she does, have caught up with these changing standards. The 18th school started years ago, so we had to play catch up. We think we've done it. We don't think we don't. We think if the inspector agrees with us, and they're both likely to achieve re-own outstanding and unlikely to go back down to the lower category of rehab excellent, they must end up in the same rating.
No, I don't think so. I mean, rehab's only one aspect of my consideration of sustainability in the round. I just highlighted this morning, just a few months ago. So a number of other areas, there's a gap in the information provided by the client to allow for a more added assessment.
Yeah, we're going to go around and around this and the gap, but anyway, that's really right. So then you return the page and yes, and of course, when we go back in your proof, when we thinking about more scheme specific aspects of the planning, at the bottom of page 85 of your proof, you've got a heading public realm, and at page 86, paragraph 814, because of Salon's analysis of the public realm, you give limited weight to that. So obviously here's an example par excellence. If the inspector concludes that actually is good quality, if she doesn't agree with certain criticism, then obviously the weight of that would be increased.
Yes, I think that's fair.
Thank you. Makes a change from one. And you'll know that because we think this is a great public realm, then obviously it's to go on, gives it what you do. We're on back of the page, back of evidence on this side. So that's what it's best to think about in due course. Now, obviously, what you don't include in your benefits at all are any sort of aspects vis-a-vis the design quality of the proposal. And that again is providing Salon's work. So a critique of the proposals, again, if the inspector agrees, actually these are very well designed, exemplary design, etc., then that would lead some weight being given to that as a beneficial to see.
Yes, I think that's right. And Ms. Adams in her evidence, she went through those points in some detail, including quite firmly that while there might be some architectural characteristics of merit to the scheme, and some sort of catalogue of developments that AHM produced, she was very steadfastly of the view that you can't divorce the architectural approach from context.
She was absolutely. She might take a different view, but if she does, then there'll be a benefit in the equation.
Yes, that's
basically good. Fine, thank you. Then the elevated public access garden, obviously depending on which scheme it is, were either a few floors up in 2018 or we're top of the building in 2021. Now that I think all goes in your public realm aspect, doesn't it, on your page 86? So that again, I think is given limited weight by ground, so to speak, ground plane.
Yes, I consider it a single category.
Sure, and of course one thing that we can say about the, although one would always hope that the base of every tool building or every office scheme has got public realm at ground, be well designed, etc. Yeah, it's an aspiration. One thing that isn't generic are these elevated gardens. Because, for example, if you think about the three eastern towns in St. Thomas Street, none of them are elevated publicly accessible gardens.
No, they haven't.
No. So this is not a generic benefit. It needs to be, don't you think, singled out from the pack because of that? I mean, it's something that one needs to sort of stop and think about that, this is not one of those things that you would expect any old office building or any old town.
No, I don't think that's the case. I think the comparison with the St. Thomas Street scheme is irrelevant. It's part of the process I talked about earlier on around coordinating those developments. I think our issue is more emphasis on the collective public realm ground level that links and guides those buildings. From what I know, has been the focus of those discussions. In this case, it's worth just drawing on, I think, Adam's very in last week, in that if you consider public spaces, you've got the ground floor, public ground, plus these amenities within the building. They're sort of destinations in their own right. If you conscious decision to go there, visit them, bring you benefit from that space, and I've got no doubt that they'd be designed in a good way to be high quality office. But the ground floor of the grounds is something that people experience passing through the site, passing around the site, has a much more public role, I suppose. And I think that's why I'm content in waiting that I've issued on public ground more generally, drawing on the evidence of this happened last week. Most people's interaction with this scheme in terms of through that ground floor plane, the characteristics of that space that you discussed in some detail, and consider the criteria and policy D18 plan. I think that this conclusion that way can be according to the ground is the correct draw.
Yes, anyway, Mr. Goddard's give it more weight than you have, but can we just think about what you just said? This isn't just a numbers game. Glasgow, it's not just, as I imagine probably would be the case, that there'd be more people moving around the building, church houses moving around the building at ground level than there would be in these elevated gardens. There's a qualitative point as well, because don't you think? Because there's a particular delight about these elevated views. I mean, the existing building, you go too much the level of our elevated gardens, it would be the 2018 scheme. There's a particular delight in those Mary Poppins views, something they term this, or in our 2021 scheme, we could be at the top of the building. It's a particular delight in these elevated views. It's a qualitative, it's not just kids walking through the sites, opposed to getting in the 40 capacity lift and go up to these gardens. It's all to do with it as well. It's adding another dimension, which isn't commonplace.
That's true to a point. I mean, yes, with quality to them, I think the extent to which public benefits derive is probably linked to for people who experience those things. Again, I think that's why the shortcomings that were identified by Ms. Adams last week are more compelling than the drawing on conclusions on the amount of weight which.
Okay, fair enough. Obviously, there's the fork in the road. You see, it's wet flood. Yes, this is probably public realm as Mr. Adams, or you might think it's really, really good. So let's move on. Heritage benefits. So heritage benefits aren't in your, as you said, in your overall achievement with it. They sort of slip through the net. I'm not criticizing you. They're not in the specific section, are they? They're put in section 8.
No, that's why I wanted to qualify it.
Exactly. And you'll remember that Dr. Parker Mills has said in his evidence to me, in cross-examination is great. We disappoint because of the terms of paragraph 199 of the framework, just as you ought to give great weight to heritage articles, where you are actually conserving, which is what 199 is all about. We should give great weight to the positives as well. So, I mean, we should add that into the list, shouldn't we? First of all, as a heading. Second, in relation to the weight, is the weight in the case of the frame?
Yes, but I think I would qualify that by saying that great weight cuts both ways. And I think
Yes, but I'm asking you about the benefits, please.
I know, but there are some distinctions for if you let me finish, please. Yes, the starting point framework is a great way to apply. We then need to look at the nature of the interventions to decide where on a spectrum you should attribute value, much in the same way as you would do looking at less than substantial harms, things like this process.
So sure. Okay, let's do as a framework. I mean, we tell them if we need to. It's 199, the framework. So when you're considering the impact of the significance of an asset, designated asset, great weight should be given to the asset's conservation. It's for it to who are actually conserving the asset. Intent works, etc., which are benefit. Conserving, in fact, enhancing those buildings. And it's a matter of great weight. I don't think the framework's asking you to favourable weight, but if you think it is, that's your call to do. It's great, whatever it is, it's great weight. It might be some subset of great weight. It's great weight. The same.
I think I was going to have to relate to great weight into the scoring system that I've used in Chapter 8.
You would, which was my next question. So where's great in your 5 steps that you've got?
Well, I think we need to look at the array of interventions that you propose through this development.
I'm asking you about that. Sorry, I'm going to interrupt you. This is a specific question about the heritage benefits of the proposals which your colleague witness, who afterwards was heritage yes, witness, agreed to be given great weight. So I'm just asking you to transport that answer of his, because he was a heritage man, of you. I want you to transport that answer into your scale, your 5-step scale. So his great weight, we agree, goes where in your 5-step scale?
I think I would only give that limited weight in context.
Limited weight?
Yes.
Limited weight for a heritage?
Yes.
Great weight, the framework says great weight, and you're saying limited.
I think my point would be that in the context of the scheme as being proposed, the interventions in the listed building are one, very modest, the councils and myself have agreed that there is benefit feature to the restate transform and repairs to the building in present. But even by the EPA, in your own evidence put forward for this inquiry, be very clear that the building has been subject to a huge amount of alteration over the years. There's not a huge amount of historic fabric. What is valuable on the principle of start printing on St Thomas Street? That historic fabric can change significantly through this proposal. Some of the things you are introducing is also really beneficial to see through the evidence report by Dr. Parker Mills and by Historic England. Some of the other interventions constitute harm.
Yeah, okay. But how many listed buildings we deal with? Is it 5? One, was it 6? 7. Anyway, it's a number of listed buildings that we're dealing with in that terrace. So let's just get this out there. Obviously, Scott to comment on this in due course. But so the framework in effect dictates great weight. That's what it says, great weight. And you would say that great weight is limited. Limited is less than the middle. So logically, that is. It's just silly to ask it, because how can something which is not even in the middle of your scale amount to what the framework tells us you should do, which is give a great weight to something? That just doesn't make sense.
Well, with respect, I don't think that's the case. I mean, we heard at length from Dr. Parker Mills last week about the fact that in recognising the significance of a heritage asset, we had to have regard to the fabric and its setting. In the case of this development, there are some interventions to which the council supported that would enhance or conserve historic fabric of the building. But in both cases, you're putting a huge tower directly behind it, needing its setting. And so
that's the harms of the equations the council sees in. Now we know that this Dr. Parker Mills has not done those internal heritage balances where you say here's the harm, here's the benefit, I'm going to come out with a net answer. So it's got bad things, good things. And I'm asking about the weight of the good things. We don't diminish the weight of the good things by playing in the harm. If you've already separately weighted the harm, you see, provided you across the board, but Dr. Parker Mills in relation to the heritage side weighted the harms, and you weighted the harms. So you can't use the harms to diminish the weight of the benefits, because the harms have got their own. So just focus, please. Move on in a bit. If you want the inspector to record as your considered position that when the framework says great weight should be given to the conservation of these several listed buildings, that in your mind should, in this case, be treated as limited weight. Great means limited. If that's your answer, that's your answer. I'll give you one last chance to redeem yourself.
yes, I think in the full knowledge of the interventions that you're proposing with regard to heritage benefits, I'm happy to that to be limited.
Right, okay. Nobody confused me up there. Thank you. Okay, so that's the list. Now, there was There was a question which we parked from in the lunch, I think it was, which is, what is the sum of the parts? Because we got the parts, but we haven't got the sum. So we've got a number of moderates in the middle. We have got a significant from you, which is the space, and we've got sums which are lower. So we've just seen there as benefits, limited, etc. So we have to accumulate all of these things, because after there's no judgment. There's made here. I don't know, but logically, that's what numerical exercise, logically, you've got moderates, you've got some limited, so on and so forth, under cumulatively, you might expect the whole package to be at least one step up. But where are you? You have a question about this. What's your view, Mr. Smith?
No, I think the exercise of adding up the benefits in the ways you suggest is very cumulative. Not something that I've done so far. It's not something I'm going to do now, just because I don't think it's instructive to get to the heart of my overall conclusion.
Well, the inspector doesn't do it. The inspector's got to do it, don't you think? I mean, about anyone making a sensible planning judgment. We want a sensible planning judgment, I guess, the glance at it, which is you can't have a process where you're tossing up all the harms and then you're looking at the benefits individually without then saying what's the sum of all of these things together. You've got to give weight to the accumulated harms on one side of the equation, the accumulated benefits on the other. Otherwise, you're not making a rounded over judgment.
Well, I think I am. You can see that quite clearly in my section 11 of planning balance. I think you can run through those paragraphs. There's a sort of the logic to the argument putting forward. The analysis that precedes it is clear, and you can see theme by theme the ways I've attributed.
But there's something missing, which is what's the sum of the parts, because it may very well be the case that the sum of a number of individual items which are seen in their own prices by you as being moderate weight, etc., might all accumulate something more than big. We don't know because you're refusing to give us an answer. And is that your position, that you want to leave the planning age on the council on the basis that, for whatever reason, you are not prepared to engage in the exercise of giving an accumulated weight into the benefits accumulated, not prepared to do that?
Yes, I think that's right, because I think in doing so would undermine the assessment, the consideration I put into it and get each issue returned.
No.
Well, that's my answer. I think.
How would it undermine it to give a rounded judgment? How would it undermine your judgment call? Maybe the inspector writes a report. I should do it differently than the other reports. Fine in these cases, but I would expect there to be some cumulatively disinheritance, not that much to write home about. Yes, it's quite a lot of weight to these benefits. That plays against the accumulation. It's got to be an overall judgment call, isn't it?
Well, it has, but I think that judgment can be made from looking at the conclusions I've drawn in my group.
It can't, because it's a missing piece of information. Yeah, we're giving an answer, that's fine. Lost you a couple of times, and we're not giving you one, but it is a missing step in the analysis, isn't it? Because what you've done is say, here are the things individually you haven't done, here's what all this adds up to, what's the amount to cumulative.
Well, I think I have done that. I just haven't badged it in the same scoring system as you're driving at here.
Well, it's your scoring system.
Well, yes, of course. But I think you can read through my paragraphs 11.1 to 11.19.
Yeah.
Follow through my assessment of weights I've attributed to these thematic issues. Yeah. My conclusion that makes sense in that context. So I think, like the address your points around accumulation, I think I'm quite clear that my strong opinion is that some folks of the harms in this case are so far in excess of the benefits that I don't see what the benefits I would bring in trying to arbitrarily assign collective terms to these benefits now.
It's not arbitrary at all to accuse to a collective judgment. And you see, the thing that you're missing, if you like, in this equation is, who knows, the inspector might, frankly, I care, the Secretary of State might agree, lock, stock and barrel deal. case, if you like, about harm, then again, they might not. So if they think the harm has been understated, it may very well it's been overstated. Then harm has been overstated by the council. They might very well then be interested. They might very well be interested in last chap, Mr. Glasgow, the accumulated weight of the benefits is. Because if, for example, the accumulated weight is significant, very significant, or whatever, that might be in their book to outweigh a lesser degree of harm. Councils before, you see, but that is, anyway, I've asked you through so still asking about traffic, Mr. Glasgow, so we'll leave it there. Those questions.
Okay, thank you very much. I suggest we take a break, 15 minutes, and then we'll come back. Half an hour is estimated for the examination. So how that tallies.
I would hope it's probably about right. You'll have seen like for half an hour every week.
Yeah, well, yeah, but
You
never predict it.
But as a broad indicator of scale, it remains right.
Okay, great. Okay. So if we can Okay, welcome back everyone. If Mr. Philpott, you're ready for re-examination.
Yes, madam, I am. Good afternoon, Mr. Glasgow.
Good afternoon.
So I'm going to run through points in the order they were put to you. We started off with some questions about policy and the employment designation, if you recall that.
Yes.
I've got a couple of points here. One, first, just relatively small point of detail. You were asked questions about the CAS, and in response to one of the learned friend's questions, you made reference to the overall geography of the CAS and the area as a whole. I think this was by reference to the London Plan policies, and I just wanted to get a reference for that. If you take up the London Plan, I'm afraid I don't have the electronic page number, but in the original pagination, page 77,
It's 92
I'm
on the
grateful.
PDF.
We've got figure 2.16 CAS diagram. Is that helpful just in terms of getting a sense of the scale of the CAS?
Yes, it is.
What was the point you were seeking to make about the size, the area as a whole?
I suppose it's the contribution of the employment floor space on this site to the overall ambitions for delivery across the CAS. I mean, we talked in some detail about the role the CAS plays in terms of being a globally important centre of business and the agglomeration effects of expanding office supply, and a lot of those messages that are themes that run through the London Plan and the Southwark Plan. But I think I caveated at the time, it can be a little bit tricky to take those big spatial ambitions and relate them directly to this site, because obviously the policies that pertain to the CAS do talk about the role of the whole in delivering for London. And this site, of course, would be a very small part of that overall picture. I don't know if it's particularly helpful, but just to address a separate point, we have asked, or Mr. Katkowski asked about the delineation of the Bankside Borough London Bridge opportunity.
Well, I was going to go on to that, but do take it now if that's convenient.
I would just say that on that map in figure 2.16, it's the area with the number 9 notation, which is the Bankside Borough and London Bridge opportunity area. So very briefly, I think the western edge is broadly sort of the area around Blackfriars Road. The southern edge is where it meets the Elephant and Castle opportunity area, and it extends across to Tower Bridge in the east. So as an overview, perhaps that's more helpful than any image in the Southwark Plan, but I'm sure if in due course we have reference to the adopted policies map, that will clarify further up.
Well, we'll see what we can do with that. So descending down then to the Southwark Plan level, which is where you went next, and you were asked questions about the way in which the figure for jobs, 10,000 jobs figure, was treated in different policies in the plan. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And it was put, I think, in relation, it may have been in relation to policy SP4, but it was put that this was there an at least figure, a minimum. And you said in response to that it's dealt with in different ways in different policies. But then at the end of your answer, you said that it's not material to our analysis, that whether it's a minimum or an at least figure is not material to our analysis. And I just want to understand why you say that. What's the basis for that?
I think the point I was trying to make here is in the context of how the council have set out they can achieve the ambition for employment growth through the plan period. Now, we established that 460,000 square metres is what the plan aims to deliver over the plan period. I mean, whether it's at least or a minimum or around, I don't think it's that important, because in the evidence put to the local plan examination in public, the council in justifying that figure was deliverable, went through a process looking at what they thought they could conceivably deliver through the plan period, primarily through the site allocations, but also through a series of other factors. And this is set out in the site methodology paper, for which I can find a core document reference if I can find the list. So it's CDE 09. And I've made reference to this in my proof, but the council were able to demonstrate that over the plan period, with the sort of relatively conservative assumptions they've made, they think, primarily through the site allocations across the whole borough, they could deliver up to 700,000 square metres of employment floor space. So I think there's no question that this is sort of a target which is in jeopardy of not being achieved. I suppose perhaps if I can just relate that back to London Bridge, unless you were going to sort of...
Well, I had a further question, but I'm happy for you to just explain the point that's on your minds, so that I don't interrupt your chain of thought or forget to take you back to it.
Okay, well, I think we're sort of skipping ahead to the way in which I've attributed weight to the delivery of employment floor space as a public benefit, which is something I thought we might get to in cross-examination, but I didn't get the chance to make this point, and so I'll do it now. And I think certainly in Mr. Goddard's rebuttal, he's drawn attention to the fact that there may be some ambiguity as to whether or not growth in the CAS could be accommodated. And I'd just like to draw particular attention to the target for London Bridge and the role of this site in doing that. So we did make reference at some point to the table in Southwark Land Policy ST2. That sets out
what page is this?
Sorry, it's table A on page 48 of the hard copy. It's Policy ST2, Southwark's Places.
48.
Yes.
Okay.
I think this is significant because it does come to the sort of line of questioning that we went through earlier on around whether or not the plan was doing enough to respond to demand. And so, having considered those issues in some detail as part of the examination in public, the council sets out that London Bridge's contribution to growth across the plan period would amount to 43,000 square metres of employment floor space. And obviously there are a number of site allocations where that would largely be delivered, notwithstanding that other sites may of course come forward. But two of the schemes that I've referred to in my proof, and that are covered in the statements of common ground, that are on St Thomas Street, Beckett House and Vinegar Yard, would in isolation deliver an uplift of over 56,000 square metres.
So 56,000 square metres from those two sites?
Just from those two sites. So I suppose I just want to make the point that London Bridge is more than playing its part in accommodating growth within the area, within the opportunity area, and within the context of the plan as a whole. And that's important because that does get to the weight I attribute into the delivery of floor space as a public benefit, because to what extent is this a necessary factor for the council to achieve its overall ambitions for growth? I think that's the significance of that as public benefit, I think, is diminished because the need is not quite so acute. The council's got a very clear pipeline of delivery.
And in response to a question from a learned friend about this element of the plan and they're being seen as minimum figures, and he said if you do more that's not a bad thing because it generates more jobs, and in response to that he said yes, but if you keep introducing that, then you would introduce harms that have not been specifically planned. And I just wanted to understand what you had in mind there by reference to the plan making context and the process that you go through to come up with a plan.
Well, I think in sort of generating these figures for how growth should be distributed around the borough, the council obviously has regard to lots of different competing policy ambitions. And I don't think there's any dispute between all the parties in this appeal that the London Bridge area has a number of sensitivities. One of the things that was quite core in the council's evidence base was a series of characterisation studies which made that point very clear. A lot of these developments are taking place in the context of conservation areas and a number of listed buildings, the settings of which would be potentially affected depending on the scale of growth. And so I think that's an important issue. And the point was, to what extent should the council surpass these minimum targets, and what might that do for the delivery of sustainable development more generally? And I think there is a point here because of the sensitivities in the area. And I think the corollary of that is that there are simply some sites which aren't suitable for large-scale developments because we know that it would introduce harms in different ways.
Thank you. Then you had some questions about the area vision, and an early exercise was to try and work out whether AVO2, Bankside and the Borough area vision, which is from page 69 of the printed copy, was relevant, or whether we were only concerned with AV11, the London Bridge area vision, which starts from page 90 of the printed versions. Now, just to try and help with this, if you have open in sort of one hand, I'm not sure that you can do this electronically, but if you go to printed page 70, which is the map for the Bankside and Borough area vision, and I hope you've got a colour copy. You need to go page 70, which is the map for the and look at the key, the last entry in the key, area vision boundary. You see that blue?
Yes, I can see that.
And that we can see running around the edge of the AVO2 area. And if you see how that relates to Borough High Street, and then turn through to page 92, which is the equivalent area vision map for London Bridge. And again, look on the along Borough High Street. To what extent are those two maps consistent in terms of showing a boundary between those two areas? That's the first question.
Yes, they're consistent.
And where does the appeal site lie?
Yes, it lies in the London Bridge area. I think if I spotted that boundary really right, I would have said it.
Same here if I'd spotted it as well.
But I'm gratefully relieved that the contention that
I can't claim credit for it. It's my learned junior.
No, I hadn't spotted the.
That's why I have.
Fair enough. That's fine. So it's within one rather than two. That's fine.
It is AV11, so that's I'm not sure whether a huge amount turns on it, but at least we know where we are. Thank you. And then so we then had some questions in the context of AV11, I think it was, about Mr. Goddard's Appendix 2. So I just wonder if you would mind taking that up, please. Let's go. So this, you'll recall, was the market overview and demand analysis, and you were asked some points about that. And on page 9, look at figure 5, and above that figure, there's some text which you discussed with a learned friend, and it includes this in the second line. A number of schemes have barriers to commencement. And I just wondered, beyond the points that are made just above figure 3 on page 7, in other words, obstacles to commencing developments with issues such as macroeconomic uncertainties, inflationary pressures, increasing regulatory burden, increasingly expensive development financing on worsening terms. Are you aware of anything more bespoke that can be examined scheme by scheme here? that's set out in this document that we can look at in terms of the barriers?
No, I don't think so.
And my learned friend said, well, those are not matters for GPE. Those are not matters for GPE or words to that effect. I just wanted your help. Have you seen any evidence of the extent to which GPE is or is not subject to macroeconomic uncertainties, inflationary pressures, increasing regulatory burden, that matters of that sort?
No, I haven't.
And then you were asked a question about, you discussed the question of speculative development. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And if we look at page 8, 332, is looking at the SE1 postcode, says there's been limited new grade A supply in the SE1 market, with over a third of space under construction at the moment having already been pre-let. What does that tell us about how much of the space that's under construction at the moment has not been pre-let?
Yes, it would tell us that 2/3 hasn't.
Yeah, thank you. So if that's right, if about 2/3 of the space that's under construction at the moment is coming forward on a speculative basis, what does that indicate in your view in terms of the obstacles to commencing development that are referred to here?
Yeah, so I think we touched on that earlier in the questioning, just to say that, it would seem to me that although this appendix suggests only very, very few schemes have no barriers to delivery, by looking at the paragraph you just pointed to and the sheer number of schemes that are identified as being progressed in the short term, it would seem to me that there's a lot happening in this market, whatever the barriers may or not be. I think I try to draw attention to some of the schemes in Southwark that have been consented and for which delivery has started, just to make that a bit more tangible.
Thank you. We then moved on to a different topic, which was heritage impacts and interaction with tall buildings, the cluster conundrum. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
Another of my learned friends' very memorable phrases for which we're grateful. And you were asked questions about policy in the context of the tall building impact that has been identified, and I think you identify in your proof, that's happened over recent years, and the tightening of policy. Do you remember that sort of theme of questioning?
Yes.
I just want to go back, please, to your proof, just to remind ourselves what you said about this. So, page 38 of your proof of evidence, please. Paragraph 562, where you draw on the inspector's report for the TULIP appeal decision, and you say, as noted in that document, the inspector's draft panel report for the London Plan 2021 explained that its content marks a shift in policy on heritage in general, World Heritage Sites in particular. And then you say in 563, the key policy shifts associated with World Heritage Sites and the impact of tall buildings on the setting of World Heritage Sites in particular are in policy HC2 and policy D9. Now, you were taken to policy HC2 and you were taken to the Southwark Plan tall buildings policy, but you weren't taken to D9. I'd like to get your help with that, please. So we're now in CDD.21, London Plan, and D9. Now, there are a number of points. This is page 139 of the printed version. I can't now remember the formula for adding 154. That sounds about right. 15 pages further on. That was yes, that's it. So we're here in Part C, impacts, and there are a couple of aspects of this I want to take you to. First of all, D. So D, proposals should take account of and avoid harm to the significance of London's heritage assets and their settings. Proposals resulting in harm will require clear and convincing justification, demonstrating that alternatives have been explored and that there are clear public benefits that outweigh the harm. So we've got some additional text here when compared to P17, demonstrating that alternatives have been explored. What's your understanding from the evidence as to whether alternatives have been explored to avoid that harm?
I think this was a point that Ms Adams addresses in her proof and covered in some detail last week in terms of the design-led approach advocated in Policy D3 and the National Design Guide. And it was her strong contention that there was insufficient material put forward to demonstrate that alternatives had been considered that would have perhaps reduced the nature of the effects on heritage assets.
And then it continues, the buildings should positively contribute to the character of the area. Is that a requirement that's subject to the caveats about public benefits and so on? Yes, the final part of D, the buildings should positively contribute to the character of the area. Is that subject to any caveats?
No, it's not. It's just an unqualified statement.
And what about E? Now, here we're getting into what the London plan, taking account of this shift that I explained in your proof, says about World Heritage sites. Buildings in the setting of a World Heritage site must preserve and not harm the OUV of the World Heritage site and the ability to appreciate it. Again, is there any caveat, any qualification about public benefits there?
No, there isn't.
You? And fine, the rest of that I can take up with others. But in then answering further questions on this matter from my learned friend, you were asked some questions about the allocations in the Southwark plan, which sit to the east of the Shard. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And in response to that, you made reference to my note of your words, ensuring the distribution of tall buildings away from areas of particular sensitivity or something along those lines. And I just want your help, please, with another document, which is CDF 09 in that context. So this is the Tower of London World Heritage Site Management Plan. CDF 0.09. And when you find the document, the internal pagination that I need you to go to is page 102, please. I'm grateful. And there should be a heading in italics just below the top of the page, South Bank of the Thames. Do you see that?
Yes. Yes, I'm there.
And this is as part of a section which is dealing with preserving, enhancing the local and wider setting. And then it explains the WHC's recommendation about regulating further build-up of the area surrounding the Shard. And then after talking about what was then a draft SPD, it says this: London Bridge is designated as an opportunity area for tall buildings in the London plan, and the area to the east of the Shard can accommodate substantially tall buildings without their being visible from the inner ward, as demonstrated by the proposed Quill building, consented in 2011. So that's what the management plan is telling us. To what extent it is location of buildings in heritage terms, the east of the Shard, locating them away from areas of greater sensitivity, as you put it in response to Melinda Friend?
Well, I think that paragraph accurately demonstrates that point in relation to the Tower of London. And I suppose just for clarity, I think I'm right in saying that proposed Quill building sits on the site of Capitol House.
Right.
Yeah.
I defer to your local knowledge on that. I'll be told if that's wrong. Then,
Just while the point's in our minds, but that's not the scheme that's being built, the Quill.
No, that's right. The Quill's an extant permission. I think the scheme that's being built now is different applicants. Yeah.
I think that's right. Then we came on to benefits, and just a few points on that, please. We started out with this question of generic versus unique benefits and some questions about that. Do you recall?
Yes, I recall.
Just want to understand, so far as benefits which are, to find a neutral phrase, commonplace or generic to any office scheme of this sort of size, are those benefits taken into account in your weighing exercise, left out of account? How do you deal with those?
No, I regard them as benefits and assign the weight I see fit.
And if we take, just as an example of that, if we go to your proof, the best reference for this. Yeah, so 1115 on page 97, affordable workspace. So affordable workspace, we see you have identified as a significant benefit there. So that is, I think, just one down from the top in your spectrum, is that right?
That's correct.
If we go back in your proof to paragraph 8.2, and this is, I think, the point that you were being asked about, where actions and interventions proposed by the appellant would extend beyond the minimum policy requirement, you've recognised that. So far as affordable workspace is concerned, paragraph 8.6, you identify that the relevant figures in terms of percentage are 9.7% and 10%. Is that something that goes beyond the minimum policy requirement? Or is that meeting the policy requirement? Where does that sit in terms of policy?
No, the minimum expressed in the Southwark Plan policy is 10%. So the 2018 scheme falls just short of that target, and the 2021 scheme would meet the minimum.
And you've given significant weight to both of those, is that right?
That's right, yes.
And why is that? Just I know you've set it out in brief, but just briefly, what's the reason why that gets significant weight, even though, as you say, it's either just below or it's at the policy expectation?
Well, I think there's a recognition by the council, as there is by the GLA and London Plan too, that there is an acute need for affordable workspace because of the increasing rents in the commercial market. And I think the council in the Southwark Plan talk about the fact that a large proportion of the business community in Southwark comprises small and medium-sized businesses for whom there's a risk of them being excluded from the market. So I think that this policy takes on greater significance. It's an intervention the council feels is necessary for the health of the overall Southwark economy. So that's why I think I've attributed significant weight to this particular issue.
Okay.
As to why it's significant for both schemes, even though one falls just below the minimum requirements, I think there's a degree of pragmatism here. I think Mr. Katkowski drew attention to the fact that in the 2018 scheme, the affordable workspace comprises the upper floors of the Georgian Terrace and the lower floors of the principal tower. I think to artificially increase that by 0.3% to meet that minimum wouldn't really be a practical solution.
And then jobs, you were asked about jobs, and you were taken to task over your decision to attach moderate weight to that. First of all, the questions put to you about the scale of that in the context of the 10,000 jobs target. Paragraph 8.8 of your proof, you say that it would make a sizable contribution towards meeting that target. But in 8.9, at the last part of 8.9, you make reference to how the appellant's scoping report for the 2018 scheme deals with the significance of the job creation in context. What's the point you're making there? What do they say about it in their scoping report?
Well, I think that the text I've included in italics is a direct lift from that scoping report. So it's the view of the consultants who review socioeconomic issues as part of the scoping report, that while job creation is a benefit of the scheme, in this wider London context, it fails to be materially significant. I suppose just for context, that the corresponding figure for job creation in the CAS as a whole is 460,000, which is easy to remember, is it? It's the same figure as floor space for offices in the borough.
And you then said, in relation to the 10,000 target that we have more locally, that if the site was combined with Vinegar Yard and, now I can't read my own writing, there was one other scheme you mentioned. Which was the other scheme you mentioned there?
I suspect Beckett House.
Beckett House, yes, that scrawl now makes sense. That together, they would make up, I think, about the 10,000 total. Is that what you were saying?
Yes, that's about right.
And why do you say that helps the inspector in getting a sense of the weight that this contribution should be given in terms of the public interest?
I think it gets the heart of the degree to which Southwark is delivering on these ambitions for growth in jobs across the borough. Quite clearly in this local area, the amount of development that's happening means that there's a strong contribution towards that target. It's not in risk of being missed. The council have got a very easy to see pipeline, and it's very easy for them to demonstrate progress towards that key objective.
Thank you. There was then a question put to you in relation to the affordable workspace by reference to Mr. Gard's Appendix 7. You remember the KCL letter, and you acknowledged that they would know, I think you said, don't doubt they would be a good tenant. I just want to understand, so far as you're aware, is any obligation being proposed to let space to any particular individual tenant?
No, that wouldn't be the case.
So far as you're aware, is there any obligation on the appellant to develop the scheme itself?
No.
You were then asked some questions about transport, and in particular the tube station. Now, can you take up, please, CDC 24? Those are the Transport for London written representations. And the context for this is an exchange you had with Milena Friend about the relevance or otherwise of this being mitigation for the effects of the scheme or delivering wider benefits, and you said it was a bit of both. Do you recall that? I just want to deal with those matters in turn. If you look at the TfL representation of the 16th of March 2022, there is on page 5 of 9, final bullet point of paragraph 23, which is a list in TfL's view as the operator of the station of the new additional entrance are the following public and development benefits. So this is a mixture of public and development benefits. In TfL's view, the final bullet point, they say it's required to meet an acceptable pedestrian comfort level on footways surrounding the site as concluded in the respective transport assessments. So just taking that point first, what's the view of TfL as to whether this is needed to make the development acceptable?
Yes, they've been quite clear that it's essential mitigation to address the impacts of this scheme.
And the second point then is, well, to what extent does it deliver benefits beyond that, rather than just mitigating the impact of the scheme? To what extent will it benefit the public more widely? And you made reference in your answers to my learned friend to the extent to which people might use the new entrance as a preferable alternative to their existing patterns of movement if they're not going to the scheme. In other words, people who benefit from it who are not associated with the scheme. So that's wider benefit. And you said that there were helpful images in Mr. Alford's proof. And can you just explain what those images are and why they're helpful?
Yes, I did allude to these. They're on page 41 of Mr. Alford's proof, and there's a selection of images which will sort of illustrate the points I was trying to make at that point in time.
You just wait till the inspector has page 41 open.
So these images really touch on the themes that I was raising when we discussed this point earlier, in that taking each in turn, figure 143 shows the sort of the relative movement patterns from each of the exits from London Underground Station, and this tallies with previous transport modelling I've seen in the area, which shows that by far and large the dominant movements, particularly in the peaks, are from exit 4 in a sort of a journey across London Bridge into the city. But in contrast, the Borough High Street entrance is sort of the back door to London Underground Station, and you can see in figure 1.3 that the number of people using those exits in the peaks that are specified is, several orders lower than the other exits. Now, that's not to say that this isn't important. So I tried to emphasise earlier, these are still large numbers that need to be accommodated on the footpaths around the site, and we've heard, and there's no disagreement that the exit on the eastern side of Borough High Street is constrained, but it's just setting this intervention in context. It is not as busy as some of the surrounding streets on this site. And I think you can see that in figure 145, which summarises the existing pedestrian flows. And again, the point I was trying to emphasise is that the dominant flows are north and south along Borough High Street towards London Bridge, or down towards Elephant and Castle, and east to west on Duke Street Hill and Tooley Street. I think the information put forward in the TA and in the analysis done by Space Syntax would reinforce that. Lastly, I was making a point about the nature of exits from that tube station on the eastern side of Borough High Street in the current context, and the proportion of people leaving that station, which would make that awkward U-turn back onto St Thomas Street or via King's Head Yards. And you can see in in figure 146 that's between sort of 20% in the AM peak, just over 20% in the lunchtime peak. So it's a proportion of those overall movement flows. I suppose this is why I struggle with the idea that this is an exceptional benefit. There's no doubt in my mind that it delivers some benefit to the scheme, but that wider public benefit is, in my mind, sort of overplayed in the evidence put forward by the appellant.
Thank you. We'll put that document to one side. Then public garden, and it was pointed out to you that the new developments taking place to the east of the Shard don't feature elevated gardens. Do you recall that? And I just want to understand it in development plan terms. We take up first the London plan, policy D9, and internal pagination 141, so 156, I think, in the PDF. Hesitate to give a reference. Public access, last part of the policy, D, and internal 141, 156 in the PDF. This is at the end of policy D9, free to enter publicly accessible areas should be incorporated into tall buildings where appropriate, particularly more prominent tall buildings where they should normally be located at the top of the building to afford wider views across London. So that's the London plan. And then if you can take up the Southwark plan, so CDE.01, and we're now looking at, we need to look at policy P17, which is page 133, and I think this is one where the PDF number is the same. And part 2 of the policy, the tall buildings must, and then 2.7, provide a new publicly accessible space at or top of the building, at or near the top of the building, and communal facilities for users and residents where appropriate. So in terms of whether this is the sort of benefit one would normally expect from a tall building, or whether this is something exceptional above and beyond, what's the policy context telling us?
Well, the policy context, certainly as of February this year when the Southwark plan was adopted, is that this should be a normal requirement for tall buildings.
Then we had some questions about heritage benefits and a debate as to your characterisation of this as limited as opposed to great weight. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, I do.
And I just want your help with this. The inspector will form her own view as to how she characterises the weight that attaches to the heritage benefits, and will find a suitable form of words, no doubt, to express that. But just help me with this, please, Mr. Glasgow. Assume, for the purpose of my question, the Inspector and Secretary of State decide that the appropriate weight that should be given to the heritage benefits that have been identified and agreed in this case should be moved up the scale from where you've put them. Assume that that's what happens, and I'm not going to speculate about where they should go. That's a matter for the decision maker. What's your view as to how those benefits compare to the extent of heritage harm that's been identified in the evidence?
Well, I think this is quite rightly the point where Mr. Kapkowski interjected and said that I should be focused on benefits and not that wider picture. But the point I was trying to make is that whatever weight you decide needs to be attributed to these interventions, they are very small interventions in the context of the overall development. And my view is that, that their overall contribution to the way in which we understand the scheme is of limited significance.
Thank you. And then finally, you had some questions about summing the benefits or looking at them individually as you have. I just want to go back to your proof, please, page 97, and your conclusions. Because in response to my learned friend's suggestion that there was a missing step in your analysis, if you recall that question, you said this, and this at least is my note of it: I have done that. I've not badged it in the same way. And you made reference to 11.1 to 11.19. Do you recall giving that answer?
Yes.
And I just want to look at 11.18. And about halfway down, you have a sentence that says, the nature and extent of these conflicts is such that the proposals are both in conflict with the development plan overall and the harms associated with the proposed developments greatly outweigh the public benefits when considered in the planning balance. And I just want to understand, when you have struck that balance, are you looking at the public benefits there in total, all of them, or only some of them?
No, I think it's clear that I'm looking at the sum total of the public benefits.
Thank you. Madam, those are my questions.
Okay, thank you very much, and well done, Mr. Glasgow. That's the case for the council.
That is our evidence, yes.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you. A few points to raise before we finish today. There's discussion earlier about in respect of the local plan and site allocations and documentation. I don't know where we got to with that. That was, I think, before lunch.
Yes. What I can say is we've provided to Malone Friends team 2 documents which are taken from the examination in public website, which we believe are the documents that were before the inspectors. We obviously haven't had a chance to discuss those with Mr. Glasgow. We've not put them in to you because, following obviously good practice and your suggestions, we wanted to see if we could agree outside what the factual position was. What I did ask is at lunchtime, when I was given these by my team, that they should continue to look just to check if there's anything else, because it's a matter of fact, and we just want to make sure that if that we give you, if they're going to go in, everything that is relevant. I haven't had a chance to find out from them what if anything they've found. I haven't had a chance to talk to my learned friend about it, but we're making progress with it, and I'm anticipating that once we've got to the bottom of the forensic task, that we will, between us, decide whether either party wants them to go in.
Okay.
And that's where we've got to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen them yet. Don't doubt my team's got them. I haven't seen them yet. Yeah. We'll look at them and we'll come back to you. Well, I'll come back to my learned friend first.
Yeah, that's fine. As long as that's on with, and just keep me posted.
Big poster here in front of me, ma'am.
And then there was the map, the interactive map of the opportunity areas.
Screenshot of that to me, and
I think it's being updated by.
Oh, it's being updated by Southwark. So it's in hand, ma'am.
That's in hand as well. Okay, great.
All we want is just an accurate, where the lovely thanks, where the opportunity area is. So that's it.
Okay. Okay, and then just in terms of documentation, with the BREEAM, not the BREEAM as I said the other day, the BREEAM note it's inquiry document 12, I think, from the that's gone in.
I've lost
it's a list of building.
Oh, the list. Oh, about the terrace. Yes, thank you very much. Great, thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Conditions we've discussed, and that's the sort of the clean word copies will be due Thursday. In terms of the timetabling that we discussed this morning and the Friday kind of pinch point and neighbours, Guys and St Thomas, they've agreed that they can come in on Tuesday. I think parties have.
Did you tell them it was because of neighbours?
No. Well, the programme officer may have fine. That Tuesday, but I think they were due their statement soon. I think.
If not this afternoon, tomorrow morning.
Okay, so we'll have notice of what they're going to say, so that's sufficient. And then I just wanted to put Mr. Glasgow and Mr. Goddard on notice for my love of tables. So we've been through a fairly detailed exercise about benefits and this kind of calibration of terms and stuff. What I'm going to ask both of you to do after Mr. Goddard's been examined, so it's fair, is just to do me a table of the benefits and the harms and the weight. And you can use the language that you've both used in your proofs, because I think we have calibrated that, and I don't think there's any disagreement, but that may come out in the wash after the examination. And then obviously that will then reflect the nature of those discussions. So obviously today it's come out, for example, the heritage benefits that weren't necessary in your proof and the limited weight. So that can be reflected, just so I've got a full and accurate picture, but that will be after Mr. Goddard's examination.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for that. The benefit side makes perfect sense to me, because they've each had a go at it. They've got slightly different language, but we know that one person's substantial is another person's significant or whatever, so that's all fine. But the harms, and we've already got that for heritage in the heritage statement of common ground.
Yes.
Beyond that, I mean, to be quite frank, we don't see any harm from Townscape and design and so on. The council do. But do you really want us to document that? I mean, I think the benefits makes absolute sense, if I might say, because it's all a bit confusing otherwise. Nice to see it in a table, but do you really want them to trot out?
No, it's a good point. I just didn't want to sort of preclude harms depending on what's going to come out in examination that we haven't had yet. But no, I take your point. If we're saying no, if we just do the benefits, and then if I feel that there's merit,
that would be my instinct as well. I suspect that the exercise of trying to pull the table together might end up leading into giving further evidence and explanation.
I don't. Yeah, I don't.
And it's going to be a long list on your side of the table and a short one on ours. So
yeah, no, okay, I take the point. But if we can do the benefits, and literally, it's just like in the heritage statement of common ground, just no commentary, just moderate or
jobs, moderate, substantial, whatever.
Just so I've got a really accurate, up-to-date picture. And
I think if
of everyone's.
Sorry, no. My fault. Sorry. It's the over-enthusiastic East European in me. So, man, also sensibly, if Mr. Goddard and Mr. Glasgow just set out their semantic scales, as I call them, sort of limited, negligible. So they're side by side, so you can see that equates to that, equates to that, and it all makes sense.
Yeah, so hopefully that's a fairly straightforward exercise. But I just thought I'd put you on notice now of that, so you're not quite off the hook there, Mr. Glasgow. Yes, but okay, all right. Are there any other procedural points to make now? Have I missed anything? I had quite a list today, but.
No, and we, of course, since both the proofs, we've got the planning statement of common ground, which, as Mr. Glasgow says in chief, for each scheme lists the benefits. Yeah. So that could be the template for this.
Yeah. So it's just sort of an like addition to that, isn't it?
It's like another column, isn't it? Yeah. To do that. Yeah, got it. Yeah. Great. That's right. Yeah. Use the planning statement of common ground. Yeah. Okay.
And the only other procedural point is simply this: the learned friend is going to, as I understand it, spend tomorrow going through Mr. Alford's presentation. We'll have a better sense of how long it might take and so on. It may be that if there's still a concern about the time being tight on Friday, even having got rid of the trust over into the following week, if there remains a concern, I would be content to start a little earlier, if you would, to make sure that we get Mr. Alford through in time and that we don't end up going late on a Friday. That would be my preference. If it looks tight, I'm not saying we make that decision now because my learned friend is going to go through that exercise tomorrow, but I just say for my part, I'd be content to adopt that approach if it's helpful.
Okay.
At the moment, we've got 7 hours worth, haven't we, for Friday? Which sounds like a long time.
And we need the breaks as well.
And we need the breaks. Yeah.
I mean, that is an option, I think. But, I mean, how about we revisit? Revisit that Thursday morning, sort of first off, just so we can have that discussion and hopefully.
So you've gone up to it's more than. No, it's because you've gone up to 4 hours for your cross-examination. It's 7, so it's 7 at the moment. Although my learned friend for the Historic England might not have half an hour, she might have 5 minutes or something. So I might.
Oh heck.
Okay, no, it sounds best one in the world. Even if my 2 hours in chief, so to speak, becomes an hour and a half, it still sounds ambitious. Yeah, well, shall we work on the base? Show you 9 o'clock, would that be?
We can do 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
If we work on that basis, and then if there's a radical change of view over the course of tomorrow, I'm sure we can revisit it Thursday morning.
Yeah.
I mean, I would implore both sides to be, obviously direct and to the point, if that helps. But
I hope you're listening.
I will do my best to be direct and to the point. I'll also look to see if there's anything I can defer to a further witness. I know my learned friend's not sort of person to take points about who didn't put that to him or didn't put that to him. So I'll see if there's any way I can save time, but I suspect still a full day.
Okay, well, we'll come back to that. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Not a procedural point, but I've run this past my learned friend, Mr. Philpott. But on Thursday, if it's okay with you, we were thinking we might swap over.
Yeah,
because obviously my witness will be there, and it might be a little bit
It would be
Bit far-
yeah, it
yes,
would be much easier.
far away, so
yeah.
we may just swap on
Yeah.
Thursday if that's
Okay, no, that's absolutely fine.
Just so
Very
we know what to
sensible.
expect.
No, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, everyone. A good day. So enjoy the pause tomorrow. So we're all going to be working hard anyway, I'm sure, but it's helpful, and we'll reconvene on Thursday at 9:30. Okay. Thank you.